Chapter 163. Crackle. Thunder exploded as Sword Chi shot out. This sword strike was incredibly fast. Under the shocked gaze of the multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder, the sword strike landed heavily on the defensive Jinchi layer. Puff! His protective Jinchi shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Pointing his finger at Yi Chen, the multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even take a single sword attack from Yi Chen. Not only that, he couldn't even defend himself against his Zhenqi. Yi Chen was only an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Even if he was a genius, he shouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. As he spoke, he once again spat out a mouthful of blood that contained remnants of sword chi. He retreated with heavy injuries and had already lost the ability to continue fighting. Yi Chen sneered. Even Yuan Hinging and Zhuang Fei together couldn't take this sword attack, not to mention a single person. However, the opponent was indeed very powerful. He could actually take a sword attack and not die. Sword Chi Thunder. Sword Chi actually produced thunder. How fast would it take to do that? He is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. How could he perform his sword art to such a level? Is it because of the sword intent? That must be the case. Only sword intent can greatly increase the power of sword arts. Both speed and power will be greatly increased. Most of the onlookers were sect elders, so their eyesight was very good. They could tell that this sword was unusual at a glance. Unbeknownst to them, the one who was even more shocked was the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder, who was still fighting. This is the highest level of the startling cloud sword art. Thunderous Sword Chi. I am ashamed. I have also trained the shocking cloud sword art, but I have not reached the level of Sword Chi Thunder yet. This kid is indeed a genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is worth it to fight for him. Even if I die here, I will still be contributing to the school. That's right, this kid is the biggest hope of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Killing him is the same as destroying the foundation of our Sky Cloud Martial School. We cannot let him go. Kill! 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 Yi Chen's power had motivated many of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders. All of their auras had been boosted, and their fighting power had increased to the next level, surpassing their own limits. Not good, the opponent's aura is rising. Quickly suppress it, we can't let them take the initiative. The group of multiple Mountain Martial School's elders had been in an absolute advantage, but within the blink of an eye, that advantage was gone. On the contrary, they were caught unprepared by the counterattack and were thrown into confusion. It's that brat Yi Chen's doing. You guys go kill him. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll be another great enemy in the future. The multiple Mountain Martial School only had one more inner elder than the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, they couldn't free themselves from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, a few powerful outer elders were sent out to fight against Yi Chen. Despicable. The fourth elder swung his spear and pushed away the two multiple Mountain Martial School's inner elders, intending to help Yi Chen. Where are you going? With the low-grade Great Spear, the fourth elder's power was second only to the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. At this moment, an inner elder of the multiple Mountain Martial School, who was even more powerful than the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, blocked his way. The other multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder didn't stay idle either. They started fighting against each other. Within a radius of over 10 miles, sand and dust instantly rose into the air while fierce air waves spread out in all directions. He became famous after this battle. Lung Wuqing smiled faintly, while the other barbarian Devil Martial School's disciples were confused. They didn't know what had happened to their big brother, who had always been cold and cruel. Indeed, after this battle, Yi Chen had become famous in the 9 nations. As time went by, his fame might even spread to the other nations in the South Shore region. Injuring the multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder with a single sword move, Even many young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists couldn't do this. Before this, Yi Qin was only a nameless kid. In the Emerald Martial School, Lu Wuxiang and Ji Xuyan were both stunned. Yi Chen's speed of growth made them feel powerless for the first time. Was this what people meant by one brilliant feat, one brilliant feat? But this was way too amazing. Facing the three multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, Yi Chen neither stepped back nor dodged. Instead, he said with a resonant voice, "3 is too few. You can't even withstand a single strike. How dare you? Arrogant. Today, I will make you bleed." The three multiple mountain martial school's outer elders were enraged. In terms of power, they were no weaker than the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. The three of them together were more than powerful enough to kill Yi Qin. But at this moment, they were underestimated by Yi Qin. Their killing intent and Zhen, Qi, surged out uncontrollably, bringing up clouds of sand. Mountain-shattering stamp. Shadow-cutting 10 moves. Xiantian Qi art. The three Sky Martial School's outer elders each launched their most powerful martial arts, sending out waves of fierce Qi and blade power towards Yi Qin. Instantly, terrifying marks were left on the surface of the sand. Swirling clouds. Yi Chen had never been the type of person who would stick to the old rules. He would always add his own things into his sword movements. This sword movement originally used the sword Qi to twist the Qi flow and form a tornado to attack the enemy. However, he had led himself into it and stood in the eye of the tornado, which was the calmest area. Outside the tornado, Yi Chen had a natural layer of defense. Along with the tornado, Yi Chen released streams of sword Qi towards the three Sky Martial School's outer elders. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of sword Qi darted out, covering the entire sky. More terrifyingly, after being spun by the tornado, not only did the sword Qi move from a tricky angle, but the power was also terrifying. One of the multiple mountain martial school's outer elders was careless. His arm was cut off by Yi Chen's sword Qi. Retreat! Retreat! The other two Sky Martial School's outer elders' attacks were broken as well, and they hurriedly retreated. The crowd had already become numb to this. They didn't even know how to express their feelings. Someone sighed and said, "This kid's fighting style is amazing. He can do whatever he wants. He will definitely become a great warrior in the future. But of course, the premise is that he can live until then." Disciples ranked in the top 50 or top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking have already grown up. They are no longer afraid of the older generation's powerful martial artists. If we give this kid some more time, he will be able to reach that level as well. That's a bit presumptuous. Once you reach the Clasping Yuan realm, it will be more and more difficult for you to improve your cultivation. Therefore, you won't be able to improve your power by leaps and bounds, unless you have a great opportunity. You're right, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region can barely be counted as an open opportunity. Otherwise, how could they step into the Clasping Yuan realm so easily? The true spirit continent was vast and boundless. No one knew how many millions of miles it was, and the population of this continent was in the trillions. Even if there was only one genius among 10 million people, there would still be millions of geniuses. With so many geniuses, not everyone could become a peerless, powerful martial artist. Once one's potential was exhausted, he or she would have no choice but to focus on his or her own cultivation. However, the path of a martial artist was a path that defied the natural order. Time waits for no one. Once you accumulated enough potential, you wouldn't have enough time to continue your cultivation anymore. But of course, there would always be a small number of people who were extremely lucky. Before they exhausted their potential, they would have great opportunities to improve their power by leaps and bounds and become peerless, powerful martial artists. For example, Xianhou had stepped into the life and death realm at the age of 35 and became one of the most powerful martial artists in this continent. She was as powerful as Su King, Dragon King, Evil King, and the others. She had a lifespan of over 1,000 years and could even regrow her body from a single drop of blood. Therefore, opportunities were an indispensable part of becoming a powerful martial artist. Almost no one could reach this level without an opportunity, and if there were, it would be an opportunity for him or herself, and his or her potential would be limitless. After all, every human had a limit to their potential, and if an unlimited potential wasn't an opportunity, then what was? Limitless shocking cloud. Limitless shocking cloud. One sword of impermanence. As Yi Chen launched the moves of the shocking cloud sword art one after another, the three multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, who had been approaching aggressively, were forced back again and again, their bodies covered in blood. Seeing that the three of them were about to lose their lives, one of the three outer elders suddenly took out a dark red iron bomb from his storage ring, while his face twisted. How despicable! Not only did they try to bully us with numbers, they even took out a red light fire melting bomb. They have completely humiliated the multiple mountain martial school. This kid is very dangerous. That red light fire melting bomb can kill ordinary peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and even mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists would be severely injured by it. Once he is severely injured, he would be in real danger. Many elders of the multiple mountain martial school were disdainful of that man's evil means, but they didn't think that Yi Chen would be killed by that red light fire melting bomb. Geniuses always had their own ways to protect themselves, but that was exactly the problem. Once Yi Chen was severely injured by that red light fire melting bomb, the tables would be turned instantly. Die! The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder's face was twisted with a hideous look. He injected his Gen Qi into the red light fire melting bomb, then threw it out towards Yi Chen. Boom! A raging flame exploded, covering a wide area. Even with Yi Chen's great speed, he couldn't dodge all of the flames, and was struck by the flames on the edge of the explosion, which sent him flying backwards. Brother Yi, the faces of Zhu Mei and the other two elders turned pale. The faces of the fourth elder and the other two elders turned pale. Swoosh! Standing lightly on the desert, Yi Chen gave a faint smile and said, "Is this all you've got? Then you will die for sure." What? He's not injured. How is this possible? The red light fire melting bomb is made with the fire power from the stunning sky. Although its power is largely reduced, it shouldn't be completely unharmed. The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder, who threw out the bomb, couldn't believe his own eyes. He said to the other two elders beside him, "Before we came here, the school gave each of us a red light fire melting bomb. Don't save them. Throw them all out and kill him." Back in the 9 Nations, the multiple mountain martial school and a few other institutions had discovered an ancient site together. Quite a lot of red light fire melting bombs were found in the site, and they had divided them among themselves. However, there was no way to make these red light fire melting bombs. Even astral-reaching realm martial artists couldn't make them. If it weren't for the fact that they were escorting their elite disciples to the Heaven Dream ancient region, they wouldn't have been able to get a red light fire melting bomb each. After all, the school had basically given out all the red light fire melting bombs to them, and they were told not to use them unless it was a critical moment. All right, I don't believe that we can't kill him. They had already lost all of their dignity, and the only thing they could think of at the moment was to kill Yi Chen. Boom! Another 2 thunderous booms were heard. Dazzling flames overlapped with each other and spread out even further. With the crane shadow step, Yi Chen avoided the center of the explosion and was only hit by the aftershock of the explosion. At this moment, a crystal-like Gen Qi shield suddenly lit up around his body. Pop! The Gen Qi shield was twisted, and the horrifying impact force sent him flying away. Ordinary Gen Qi shields can never have such a strong defensive power, and it doesn't look like a defensive martial art. Is it a low-rank great armor? That's possible. Low-rank great armors are relatively precious among low-rank great weapons. Although they can improve the defensive power by much, even a little bit would be invaluable. Besides, he wasn't hit directly by the red light fire melting bomb. Instead, he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. That's why he didn't get injured at all. These people were all experienced and knowledgeable. They had figured out that Yi Chen was wearing a low-rank great armor. Low-rank great armors could improve the defensive power, which was more or less useful. Chapter 164. The sand surface collapsed as Yi Chen landed heavily on the ground. He reached out his hand and touched his chest. Underneath his clothes, it was hard, smooth, and cold. Just as everyone had guessed, he was indeed wearing a low-rank armor. This low-rank armor was obtained from Lung Wuching, and it was one of the more precious treasures. With this low-rank great armor, when Yi Chen activated his protective Jin Qi, his defensive power had increased by 15%. However, this was still not enough to block the explosion of the red light fire melting bomb. He had to stay away from the center of the explosion. After all, the low-rank great armor could only improve his defensive power. It couldn't protect him from everything. Die! Rising into the air, Yi Chen gently swung his sword and launched the last movement of the sky cloud sword art. Along with a thunderous sound, the three's protective Jin Qi was shattered. Except for the most powerful one, the other two fell on the ground. No one knew if they were still alive or not. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He didn't chase after the other two. Although he was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, his cultivation was way too low. After such a great battle, he didn't have much Jin Qi left. Fortunately, he had some medicinal pills to replenish his Jin Qi. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. In the two battles, two outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school were severely injured, and the other two were still alive. Emo, Wu Shiwei, and the other hidden dragon ranking martial artists were all stunned, silently wondering what their chances of winning would be if they were the ones fighting against Yi Chen. However, the result was very unfavorable to them. They had almost no chance of winning. Even if they used their most powerful life-saving skills, they wouldn't be able to win. This guy is way too scary. Even the multiple mountain martial school's head elder couldn't rival him. Doesn't this mean that he's going to suppress me forever? I'm so pissed off. Yuan Hang-ing sat on the ground with his legs crossed, trying to heal himself. However, his injuries couldn't be healed within a short period of time. It would take at least 2 to 3 months. During this period, he would have to take all kinds of precious medicinal pills to replenish his Yuan Qi. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to regain his peak power. Thinking of the power of that sword move, Yuan Hang-ing couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Back then, he had already used his most powerful skill, but still failed to block it. Hang-ing, this brat injured you? The Heavenly Eagle Castle's first elder suddenly asked. Yuan Hang-ing really didn't want to admit it, but judging from the current situation, it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. In everyone's eyes, he was definitely not as good as Yi Chen, so it was reasonable for him to be injured by him. Thinking up to this point, he nodded heavily and said with a cold face, Zhuang Fei and I were both injured by him, and he took away our secret manuals as well. We will pay for this sooner or later. The headmaster of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School was expressionless. You should take care of your body first. As for revenge, don't even think about it for 1 or 2 years, unless you can reach the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Besides, the next hidden dragon rank competition will start in 1.5 years. You should focus on your training. I can't accept this. I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't kill him. It's not up to you to kill him. The higher-ups of the Ziyang house will not let him continue to grow. It was like this 20 years ago, and it will be like this 20 years later. Yuan Hang-ing frowned. Purple Sun Martial School. That's right. 20 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School was a top rank 8 martial institution, only slightly weaker than rank 7 martial institutions, while the Purple Sun Martial School was a top rank 8 martial institution. Their overall power was not as strong as the Sky Cloud Martial School. When they surrounded the remaining forces of the Nine Evil cult, the Purple Sun Martial School used a trick to deceive the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing the warriors of the Sky Cloud Martial School to be surrounded by the powerful warriors of the Nine Evil cult. After that, the Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't swallow this, so they also used a scheme to kill the current leader of the Purple Sun Martial School and a few top inner elders. Headmaster, are you saying that the Ziyang Martial School does not want to see the Sky Cloud Martial School surpass them? Of course. After all, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a great foundation. Powerful warriors can be cultivated slowly. 5 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School had already regained the power of a rank 8 martial institution. Besides, with the help of the Great Master, the other martial institutions would not dare to make any reckless moves. But now, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a young, powerful hidden dragon, ranked martial artist. The Ziyang Martial School will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They will definitely try everything they can to kill him. Hearing this, Yuan Hinging was a bit annoyed. He really wanted to kill Yi Chen himself. But Yi Chen was unimaginably powerful. He would only die if he tried to kill him. You are going to die anyway. I don't need to do it myself. Let's see who will laugh in the end. Boom, 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 boom. Each of the multiple mountain martial schools' outer elders had a red light firebomb. After fighting for quite a while, seeing that they couldn't kill their opponents within a short time, they all threw out their red light firebombs. Immediately, 3 outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School didn't manage to dodge in time and were hit right on the head. They were blown to death and fell down from the air. Do you think only you have weapons? We have them too. Blow them up. Some outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School took out dark cyan iron bombs from their storage rings, found an opportunity, and threw them out. Pop! Silver lightning bolts dazzled in the air, along with which a few outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school fell down from the air. The Sky Cloud Martial School actually has a silver light thunderbolt bomb. How unexpected! The silver light thunderbolt bomb is as famous as the red light firebomb. It is made from the thunder power of the stunning sky, which is the first level of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once thrown out, it is powerful enough to blow up a small mountain. Quite a few outer elders of both sides have died since the beginning of the battle, but none of the inner elders have died. But as time goes by, I'm not sure. It was rare to see a fight between 2 top-ranked institutions. Therefore, the crowd didn't want to leave. Instead, they were all discussing the fight with different expressions on their faces. Mountain condensed sword chi. After swallowing the pill, Yi Chen rushed out without waiting for the multiple mountain martial school's elders to attack him. But of course, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't go to the areas where there were more inner elders. Instead, he chose the areas where the outer elders gathered and released his soul power to cover a range of 500 meters, in case any multiple mountain martial school's inner elders chased after him. With a single sword move, Yi Chen broke the defense of a multiple mountain martial school's outer elder and killed him for good. Yi Chen frowned. The Sky Cloud Martial School was in a bad situation. Among the outer elders, both sides had some winners and losers, and the casualties were almost the same. As for the inner elders, they were all from the multiple mountain martial school, and had already firmly suppressed the Sky Cloud Martial School. Sadly, Yi Chen wasn't powerful enough to deal with an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school, not to mention affecting the overall situation. If this goes on, the Sky Cloud Martial School will be in danger. I need to find a way to sneakily attack an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school. Yi Chen moved to the place where the outer elders were fighting. He glanced around and soon found his target. His opponent was at the outer edge of the place where the inner elders were fighting. His opponent was the Sky Cloud Martial School's 9th elder. The 9th elder was good at assassination, but he was much weaker in a head-on battle. If it weren't for his low-ranked dagger and his extremely fast movement skill, he would have already been severely injured or even killed. That's him. Both sides had the same number of inner elders. Therefore, an inner elder could be very useful. Otherwise, Yi Qin wouldn't have come up with this plan. The heart refining. The last movement of the sky cloud sword art was incredibly powerful, but it was still not as powerful as the heart refining. The heart refining would become more powerful as Yi Qin grew stronger, and the sword intent would also grow stronger. Therefore, it wouldn't be outdated even if he used it at the astral reaching realm. Yi Qin's swiftly moving body abruptly stopped. He paused in the air, then swung his sword down. Puff! The sword qi transformed into a beam of white light, darting out at a speed faster than the sound of thunder. Puff! The protective Jin qi of that multiple mountain martial school's inner elder was sliced open, and a sword mark appeared on his back. He let out a shrill growl. Kid, I will never forgive you. Boom! He turned around and launched another hack. A tens of meters long stream of blade qi was released, which looked like a thunderbolt. Only the lingering power released by the blade qi had already left a deep ditch on the desert surface. Yi Qin, be careful! The ninth elder didn't have enough time to save Yi Qin, so he had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity created by Yi Qin. Mountain condensed sword qi. When the sword strike landed on the 9 mountain martial school's inner elder, Yi Qin had already prepared himself for it. Therefore, although the blade qi was fast, he still reacted to the incoming attack with a mountain-thick sword qi. Crack, crack, crack! The mountain condensed sword qi was more than one hack. Under the support of Yi Qin's Zhen qi, the power of the blade qi was quickly consumed. Once the sword qi was completely shattered, the remaining blade qi was no longer a threat, and was shattered by Yi Qin with a single punch. Boom! While Yi Qin had created an opportunity, an inner elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been sent flying away, vomiting blood. Seeing this, Yi Qin had no choice but to rush to the other side. Right now, he and the Sky Cloud Martial School's people were bound together. Once those elders were defeated, he wouldn't be able to survive either. Therefore, he might as well put up a desperate fight. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Rudra Martial School's head elder was a beautiful woman. Seeing that the Emerald Martial Palace hadn't done anything yet, she slightly frowned. She then flashed and appeared in the middle of the crowd. People, this fight is not necessary at all. Let's stop now. Hearing her, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school sneered and said, Who do you think you are? This is our multiple mountain martial school's business. It's none of your business. By now, they had already gained an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before they could defeat the Sky Cloud Martial School's people. They didn't think that someone would step in, which made them even angrier. Among the crowd, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, The Rudra Martial School has only been developing for over 10 years. How can they be so reckless? Just let the Sky Cloud Martial School die. The hatred between the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School started 20 years ago. Therefore, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder couldn't wait to see the Rudra Martial School's head elder die. The Rudra Martial School's head elder's face was as cold as ice. He took out a tablet from his storage ring. The tablet was a foot long, 2-inch thick, entirely glowing with a cyan light. A fierce cyan dragon was embossed on the surface of the tablet, coiling around it, making it look even more majestic. People, are you still not going to stop? The multiple mountain martial school's head elder glanced at the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. His facial expression changed dramatically. He said word by word, Little Azure Dragon Tablet, how come you have it? You don't need to worry about this. Just remember who the owner of this tablet is, said the Rudra Martial School's head elder coldly. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder's face darkened. He growled, Multiple mountain martial schools, stop! What? Why stop? Head Elder, we're about to defeat them. Many multiple mountain martial schools' outer elders didn't understand what was going on. Only the inner elders seemed to have thought of something. Their facial expressions changed as well. Chapter 165. Although they didn't want to, they still stopped and gathered around the multiple mountain martial schools' head elder. Although the number of the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was 1/6 less than before, the casualties weren't that great. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial Schools, people wouldn't chase after them. Instead, they all went back and stood behind the head elder. Between the two groups of Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was a mess, and tens of dead bodies were lying on the ground. At this moment, the onlookers had already burst into an uproar when they saw the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. How could it be in the hands of a rank 8 martial school, the South Rudra Martial School? The owner of the little Azure Dragon tablet is not that scary. What's important is his powerful background. Yeah, the little Azure Dragon tablet appeared in the South Shore region. It's probably not that simple. We have to warn the others when we get back. Tell them not to mess with the South Shore region's disciples or elders. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed. Exactly, in case they do something terrible and bring disaster to the Rudra Martial School's head elder. The Purple Sun Martial School's head elder widely opened his eyes, staring at the cyan tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. The cyan dragon coiled around the tablet was releasing clouds of mist, and it was coldly looking at the world with its cyan eyes, as if it could see through people's hearts and souls. How is this possible? She is the descendant of that. What does she want in the Windy Nation? He wasn't thinking about the Rudra Martial School's head elder, but the leader of the Rudra Martial School, Longbai. This mysterious woman had finally revealed her true face. No wonder the Rudra Martial School could rise so fast and become one of the top 5 martial institutions in the Windy Nation over 10 years ago. She is the descendant of that. In this case, the revival of the 9 Evil cult was all within his expectation, and he had been preparing for it since 10 years ago. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder slowly let out a breath. The 4th elder said worriedly, "Originally, I thought that the remaining forces of the 9 Evil cult were only left with a few small and big cats. But now, it seems like that is not the case at all. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have arranged for more than 10 years ago to be on guard against this day." The head elder nodded and changed his tone. "We are only a rank 9 martial institution. Even though we are as powerful as rank 8 martial institutions, we're nothing but ants in their eyes. Therefore, we just need to do what we are supposed to do. We don't need to worry about other things." "That's true." Letting out a bitter laugh, the 4th elder rubbed his chin, feeling that he had been worrying a bit too much. A battle at that level, even 1,000 of him would only be killed. Instead of worrying about these unrealistic things, he would rather focus on improving his cultivation and try to reach the peak level late clasping Yuan realm as soon as possible. Reuniting with Lu Hanshan and the other 2, Yi Chun gave the subtle fragrance sword back to Zhu Mei and said, "Big sister, thank you for lending me your sword. Without it, it would be very hard for me to beat them." Zhu Mei smiled and said, "With your current strength and potential, you will soon have your own low-rank sword. I heard that your Yi family has a family heirloom sword, the Absolute Shadow Sword. This sword can break through the obstruction of the air, increase the speed of the sword, and kill people without leaving a trace. There is this sword, but only the current patriarch can wield it. The Absolute Shadow Sword was one of the best low-grade swords. Its effect was to increase the speed of the sword and kill enemies with speed. However, Yi Chun had never thought about inheriting the position of the Yi clan master. That was not his dream. Looking at the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand, Yi Chun suddenly asked, "What is this little Azure Dragon tablet? Does it have a powerful background?" Lu Hanshan, who had always been knowledgeable, shook his head and said, I don't know either, maybe not at that level yet. You see, none of the outer elders know about it. Only some core and inner elders know about it, but they obviously don't want to say it. No matter what, this time, thanks to the Rudra Martial School, Yi Chun was very clear that a rank 7 martial institution was way more powerful than a rank 8 martial institution. A rank 7 martial institution's individual power was 1 or 2 levels higher than a Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. They could still fight for a while, but as time went on, the gap between the 2 martial institutions and the Rudra Martial School's head elder would be obvious. Su Jing, who didn't like to talk, didn't say anything. She glanced sideways and saw the Emerald Martial Palace's head elder staring at that little azure dragon tablet with a gloomy face. In the middle of the battlefield, the Rudra Martial School's head elder slowly descended from the sky, stepped on the sand, and said, The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is not only a place of adventure, but also a place of slaughter. Our disciples have entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. Their lives are all in the hands of fate, not to mention the fact that you don't have any evidence. Even if you do, you can't do whatever you want. As for the dead disciples, they are no longer geniuses. Why do you have to fight for them? It's not worth it. The multiple mountain martial schools head elder said unwillingly, Then our eldest disciple died in vain. Since you've entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, you should be prepared to die. If everyone died like your multiple mountain martial school, who would the other fallen disciples find to take revenge? How can they compare with Hong Qianjun? A multiple mountain martial school's inner elder retorted. The Rudra Martial School's head elder's face darkened. 2 disciples of our Rudra Martial School have died as well. Now, I suspect that it was your multiple mountain martial school's disciples who did it. Can I take revenge on you? Once the little Azure Dragon token is sent out, the entire area with a radius of 1,000 miles around the Rudra Martial School will be flattened. How? How could it be our multiple mountain martial school? The multiple mountain martial school's inner elder's voice turned weak. He couldn't refute the Rudra Martial School's words, and if he insisted, the Rudra Martial School might really start a fight with the multiple mountain martial school. The multiple mountain martial school might be one of the most powerful institutions in the 9 nations, but compared to the Rudra Martial School's background, the multiple mountain martial school was not even worth mentioning. All right, let's call it a day. Let's all go back to our respective institutions. At the same time, the cyan light that had been soaring into the sky gradually dissipated, and the light gate had already disappeared into the air. The next time they saw, it would be another 10 years later. Evil Blood Martial School, let's go. Shapeless Martial School, let's go. White Deer Cave, Yuehua Martial School. People from all institutions leaped onto their gigantic beasts and flew into the air in groups. Within a few blinks of an eye, they had all disappeared into the clouds. Glancing at Yi Qin, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder snorted coldly in his head. A strong intent of killing emerged in his pupils. Then he turned around and said loudly, Let's go back as well. After all the people from the other 8 nations had left, the Emerald Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder also left one after another. Soon, only the people from the Rudra Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were left. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder cupped his hands and said, Elderlong, this time our Sky Cloud Martial School owes the Rudra Martial School a huge favor. We will certainly report this to our leader when we get back. The Rudra Martial School's head elder had the same surname as Longbai. The Rudra Martial School's head elder said in a mysterious tone, I didn't do this to help the Sky Cloud Martial School, but to help that little bastard. The head elder followed her gaze and asked curiously, Yi Qin? Indeed, he has great potential. He doesn't deserve to die in this unfair fight. But, of course, he still has to walk his own path in the future. No one can help him. Powerful people can't become powerful without help. The head elder nodded. She was right. Those who could truly become powerful were all those who had survived. As for those so-called geniuses who had been living under the protection of their elders, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. They could never become powerful people. Only those who had gone through thousands of hardships could have a slight hope of becoming powerful. About the little azure dragon token, only you leaders should know about it. They don't need to know about it because it won't do them any good. Elder Long said again, I know about this. The head elder was not stupid. He understood a lot of things right away. If he guessed it right, Yi Chan had been selected for now. But he should not be the only one. There were countless geniuses in the South Shore region, and even the entire True Spirit continent. Some of them had great achievements in the early stages, but became mediocre in the later stages. Some of them were just ordinary in the early stages, but could amaze the world in the later stages. No one could tell for sure. The only way was to replace them with numbers, and then slowly eliminate the unqualified ones. Under Elder Long's lead, the people of the Rudra Martial School got on their demonic beasts and flew towards the Windy Nation. Clearing his throat, the head elder said, Don't ask too much about what happened today. Yes, Yi Chen and the other three were a bit confused, but they still nodded. All right, let's go back. Screech, screech. Riding on the Windy Eagle, the group of people carried the dead bodies of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders and flew into the air, soon disappearing into the horizon. 10 days later, the group returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. That night, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had a meeting. The next day, Yi Chan exchanged all the things he had gained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region for a huge amount of low-rank and mid-rank soul stones. Originally, he didn't plan to hand over the Great Mystery Art Manual, because the other mid-rank Earth Realm Palm Art Manual was more than enough for him. However, the battle in the desert had made him realize something. Since those elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were willing to risk their lives for him, why should he keep it to himself? He believed that with these 2 mid-rank Earth Realm Manuals, the Sky Cloud Martial School would be able to return to its peak within a few years, and might even become a Rank 7 institution. During this trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, Yi Chan had gained a lot. Except for the 2 mid-rank Earth Realm Manuals, he had exchanged all the other things he had gained for 100,000 low-rank soul stones. Adding the mid-rank Earth Realm Manuals, he had gained a total of 100,000 low-rank soul stones and 6,000 mid-rank soul stones. According to the actual value, that was 400,000 low-rank soul stones. 400,000 low-rank soul stones was a huge amount to the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, every single member of the Sky Cloud Martial School needed soul stones for their cultivation. Day by day, it would accumulate to an astonishing amount. These 400,000 low-rank soul stones equaled to the Sky Cloud Martial School's storage for years. Normally, an inner elder wouldn't be able to earn so many soul stones even if he spent 10 or 20 years, because they didn't have anything more precious than a mid-rank Earth Realm Manual. With such a huge amount of soul stones, Yi Chen wouldn't have to worry about not having enough soul stones to cultivate for a long time in the future. Of course, his previous worries were not without reason. At the early condensing reality realm, 1 low-rank soul stone would be consumed every 5 days. Yi Chen's consumption rate was twice as fast as the others, which meant that he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 5 days. At the mid-condensing reality realm, Yi Chen would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 3 days. At the late condensing reality realm, he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every day. And at the early clasping Yuan realm, he would consume 10 low-rank soul stones every day, which meant that he would consume 300 soul stones every month and 3,600 soul stones every year. With his original storage of low-rank soul stones, he would only be able to cultivate for 3 years. After 3 years, he would have to do some tasks for the school to exchange for soul stones, or just like this time when he came to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, he would have to exchange for some precious treasures. How much he could exchange for would depend on his luck. At the very least, after reaching the clasping yuan realm, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Instead, he would have to worry about the number of soul stones. It was said that in large-scale auctions, items would no longer be auctioned with gold, but with soul stones. Whoever had more soul stones would be able to buy what they wanted. At the moment, Yi Chen just needed a low-rank greatsword, so he would need to use soul stones for sure. A few more days passed. During this period, Yi Chen didn't start to cultivate the mysterious great art right away. Instead, he spent some time digesting the experience he gained from the fights and turned it into his own. After he had fully comprehended it, he started to cultivate the mid-rank earth realm martial art, the mysterious great art. Chapter 166. The dark night was as quiet as water. Inside the room, Yi Chen was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, both of his hands on his knees, meditating. In front of him was the soft and bright moonlight shining through the screen window. As a mid-rank earth realm martial art, the great mystery art's Zhen Qi circulation route was more than 10 times more complicated than the pure Jun Jin Qi. Many important parts of the great mystery art were twisted and turned, like a dead knot or a mess, which made people completely confused. Currently, if Yi Chen wanted to master the first level of the great mystery art, he had to complete a big circle first and extract a stream of great mystery Jinqi. However, with the complexity of the great mystery art, it was not easy to complete a big circle. At least, Yi Chen was having a headache because of the complicated Zhen Qi circulation route. He didn't dare to be careless because he was afraid that his Zhen Qi might go astray and cause serious internal injuries. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead, but Yi Chen didn't notice it at all. His eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were frowning and relaxing, changing several times within a short period of time. Phew! After a long time, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and breathed out a mouthful of turbid air with slight tiredness. No wonder mid-rank earth realm martial arts could become the most powerful martial art in our martial institutions. Even the first level is so hard to master, and it took me half a day of hard work. I wonder how hard it would be to master it to the highest level. In the past, when Yi Chen practiced martial arts, he had made great progress, but this time he felt that it was quite hard. He didn't dare to be careless with every step, which was extremely exhausting. The night passed without any words. In the following half a month, Yi Chen practiced the great mystery art at night and practiced a low-rank earth realm martial art that he got from the Heavenly Dream ancient region during the day. Although the days were boring, they were not idle. Another half a month passed. On the cliff, the sea of clouds was surging. The silhouette flashed and moved horizontally on the flat ground, like the floating clouds and flowing water, like a ghost. Suddenly, the silhouette split into two and pounced out from two different directions. One of the silhouette's clothes fluttered in the wind, while the other had a dull face and a slightly transparent body. It was obvious that the silhouette was formed by Jinqi. Split again. After a few steps, Yi Chen's body shook, and the second Zhen Qi silhouette dashed out. It looked much more real than the first one, and its Zhen Qi clothes fluttered in the wind. 3 silhouettes, 1 real and 2 fake, walked side by side, punched on the cliff together. Boom! The fist power poured into the rock wall as Yi Chen jumped back. While he was still in the air, he groaned. Zhen! The next moment, the 2 true Qi silhouettes merged into his body, becoming one with each other. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chen let out a long breath. He lifted his head and saw 3 deep holes on the wall in front of him. The 2 holes on the side were 1/2 meter wide and 3 to 4 meters deep, while the one in the middle was 1 meter wide and 6 meters deep. There was stone powder on the edge. Not bad. It has 50% of my attacking power. Yi Chen nodded. He hadn't reached the highest level of the separating shadows flying art yet, but it was almost there. Right now, he could already split into two Zhen-Qi silhouettes within a short period of time to confuse his enemies. In a fierce fight because of the fast-moving speed of both sides, the human silhouettes were already blurry. Therefore, the sudden appearance of two Zhen-Qi silhouettes with attacking power would definitely confuse the enemy's sight and vision, which would be a great surprise. Apart from this, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was one level higher than the crane's shadow steps. Within a single breath, he could move about 300 meters, which was even faster than the elders of the martial skill pavilion. What a shame! The mysterious great art has stopped at the 5th level, and I can't break into the 6th level yet. But my overall power has improved a lot compared to before. The mysterious great art was obtained from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, and it was much more precious than any ordinary mid-rank Earth realm martial art. Yi Chen had only reached the 5th level, but the quality of his Zhen-Qi had already surpassed the peak of the 7th level of the pure Jun Jin-Qi, and the total quantity of his Zhen-Qi was almost the same as the pure Jun Jin-Qi. It was hard to imagine how powerful his Zhen-Qi would be once he reached the 6th level, the 7th level, or even the 11th level. Of course, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The mysterious great art was so powerful, but the difficulty of cultivating it would also be much higher. After a whole month, Yi Chen had barely reached the 5th level, and his overall power had improved a little, but it was not a big improvement. In the morning, when the first beam of sunlight shone on the ground, Yi Chen murmured, "It's time to see the leader!" on the main road of the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Head brother." "Good morning, head brother." A group of inner disciples walked towards him, both male and female. The strongest among them was already at the late condensing reality realm, while the weakest was only at the early condensing reality realm. Seeing Yi Chen from afar, they all greeted him as head brother with great respect. Yi Chen nodded, but didn't say anything. After Yi Chen had walked far away, the group of inner disciples started whispering to each other. "Our head brother is now a legendary genius of the Windy Nation. He has mastered the sword intent, stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, and severely injured the multiple mountain martial schools head elder with a single sword attack. Every single one of these achievements is more than enough to shock the world. He's even more powerful than the Four Childs. The era of the Four Childs is over. Now, among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, there are 6 most powerful ones: Young Master Emerald, Young Master North Snow, Lynch, Qin Yulian, Su Jing, and our head brother, Yi Chen." Yi Chen didn't hear what the others were talking about. Even if he did, he wouldn't feel proud of himself. Perhaps he was already one of the most powerful people in the Windy Nation, but in the true spirit continent he was still at the bottom. Besides, he always felt that if he stayed in the Sky Cloud Martial School, he would never be able to reach the astral reaching realm, and he would never be able to become one of the most powerful martial artists in the true spirit continent. After all, his dream was not just the astral reaching realm. Walking around a large number of buildings, Yi Chen arrived in front of a huge palace. "Brother Yi, this is the Drifting Cloud Palace. Only the inner elders and leaders are allowed to enter." 8 attendants stopped Yi Chen and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Yi Chen raised his head and said blandly, "I have something important to discuss with the leader and the inner elders. Please inform them." "Something important? How important?" The first attendant on the left frowned. Yi Chen said, "Just tell them that I, Yi Chen, want to leave the Windy Nation to gain more experience." "Leave the Windy Nation?" The 8 attendants widened their eyes. They had already heard about what Yi Chen had done in the scorching ancient desert. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future. As for Luo Hanshan, although he was the leader's son, he was not powerful enough. Therefore, the leader's position would not be passed on to him. "Wait a minute. I will inform the leader and the inner elders." No matter how stupid the attendants were, they knew that this was a big deal, a big deal. How could they dare to neglect it? Soon, all 36 inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School showed up. They all had a serious look on their faces. Some attendants who were passing by thought that someone was going to attack the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Qin, come in with us. The head elder nodded to the attendants, then led Yi Qin into the palace. The drifting cloud palace was very spacious. It was as spacious as the floating cloud palace. There were 36 seats on both sides of the palace, presumably for the inner elders. Yi Qin, I heard that you are going to go out to gain more experience. The first elder asked anxiously. Yi Qin nodded. Yes, great elder. Sigh, I knew this day would come. The great elder sighed. From the first time he met Yi Qin, the great elder knew that Yi Qin was no ordinary person. Yi Qin's aspirations and ambitions were so great that they were beyond his imagination. However, he never thought that he would make the decision to train. There were different kinds of adventures. For a small adventure, it would only be in the Windy Nation or the few neighboring countries, and would not be too far away. It would take at least a couple of months, and at most a year and a half. However, for a big adventure, it would be different. The South Rudra region and even the entire True Spirit continent would be included in the adventure. In the hundreds of years of history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, a lot of people had chosen to go out for adventures. However, most of them never came back. No one knew if they were still alive or dead, or if they were still far away from home and did not want to come back. From Yi Qin's expression, the head elder could tell that he was going for a big adventure and would never come back without making some achievements. In this way, it would mean that he had given up his position as the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The fourth elder was an impatient person. He hurried to say, Yi Qin, staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School is not bad. With your talent, it is very possible for you to become an astral-reaching realm warrior in the future. Our great master is also an astral-reaching realm warrior. I am sure you can do it as well. Yi Qin shook his head. Head elder, fourth elder, don't worry. During the hidden dragon rank competitions, I will go directly to the competitions. We can still see each other then. Let's wait for the leader to come first. The head elder was not the fourth elder. He knew that it would be useless to persuade him. Otherwise, Yi Qin would not have learned the sword intent. People who had learned the sword intent would always stick to their words. Once they had made up their mind, no one would be able to change their mind. The 36 inner masters all sat down, while Yi Qin stood in the middle of the palace. Soon, the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia, walked into the palace. He glanced at Yi Qin with a complicated expression, then walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Yi Qin, the adventure is a good thing. I wonder, where do you want to go? Yi Qin cupped his fists and said, the South Rudra region and the True Spirit continent are all within the range of the adventure. I will make a decision according to the situation. Luo Xinglia and everyone else gasped. The South Rudra region was already huge enough, and he still wanted to go out of the South Rudra region, although there was still no sign of it yet. Waving his hand, Luo Xinglia told Yi Qin not to be so formal. He said, you are one of the most talented martial geniuses since the founding of our Sky Cloud Martial School. No one has ever surpassed you. Theoretically, once I reach the astral reaching realm, the leader's position will be yours, and it will not be given to my son, Luo Han. Do you know that? Yi Qin thought that the True Spirit continent was just like those wuxia novels he had read before, where the leader's position would mostly be given to their own descendants or relatives. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to inherit the position. Even if there were, it would be very rare. However, he was not interested in power. The leader's position of the Yi family and the leader's position of the Sky Cloud Martial School were not his dream. His dream was to travel around this strange world and become a top warrior step by step. Everything else was just a dream, and he would not care about it. Leader, I have decided to go out for the adventure. Su Jing is more than enough for for the Sky Cloud Martial School. But, of course, if the Sky Cloud Martial School is in trouble, Yi Chan will come back immediately no matter where he is. The other inner masters started to discuss. Someone disagreed. Yi Chan, the outside world, is indeed colorful and full of powerful warriors. But you have to know how many people have died in the adventure. I do not want to see a rare martial genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School fall. Master Gao is right. Yi Chan, you have to think twice. Hearing him, Luo Xinglia stared at Yi Chan without blinking. He hoped that Yi Chan would give up on the adventure. As for the small adventure, he did not really care. Chapter 167. I have made up my mind. Yi Chan shook his head slowly. Before this, he had already thought about staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School for a while, at least until the Hidden Dragon rank competition was over. But no matter how he thought about it, he still could not find a reason to stay. Right now, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he was without a doubt the number one warrior. Without a goal, staying would only be a waste of time, and it would reduce the chance of him becoming a top warrior. The path of a warrior had always been against the natural order, fighting against time. Countless martial geniuses on the true spirit continent could not even make the last step before they died, because they thought they had plenty of time when they were young, but when they reached a certain level, they realized that it was never enough. The head elder forced a smile and said to Luo Xinglia, "Leader, let him go! The path of a powerful warrior is destined to be alone." Head elder. The fourth elder was anxious. He had high hopes for Yi Chan, and always thought that he would be the strongest supporter of the Sky Cloud Martial School. But now he was leaving, and no one knew if he would still be alive or not. How could he not be upset? The head elder said if his goal was not so big, maybe I would persuade him to stay. But do you think he only wants to become an astral reaching realm warrior? His goal is the whole true spirit continent and even the whole world. Staying in the Windy Nation, a small place like this, would indeed be hard to achieve. As for the path of a powerful warrior, it is a path of life and death. If you are afraid of death, how can you become powerful? Everyone went silent. The head elder was right. If you were afraid of death, you would not be able to become a real powerful warrior. Every real powerful warrior had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, there was already a generation gap between them and Yi Chan, and it would be impossible for them to reach an agreement. After a long while, Luo Xinglia said, "All right, since you have such a mind, the Sky Cloud Martial School should not be a burden to you. You can go out and train. When you have made some achievements, remember to come back and let us know that you are still alive. You don't have to worry about anything else." Yi Chan took a deep breath, bowed, and cupped his fists. "Thank you, leader and elders." The head elder laughed and said, "Yi Chan, training is your personal matter, of course. We will not forcefully stop you. Plus, with your talent, it is right for you to go out and explore. Who can guarantee that one day you will not become a powerful warrior who can rule the world? At that time, our Sky Cloud Martial School will have to bask in your glory. Yeah, since you have made up your mind to train, I will support you. Be careful outside. You only have one life. Think thrice before you act. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Seeing that Yi Chan was still unmoved, all of the inner masters did not have anything else to say. They could only hope that Yi Chan could leave safely and come back safely. As for his achievements, they did not need to worry at all. As long as he did not die, he would definitely reach the astral reaching realm. Leaving the hall, Yi Chan found Luo Han standing outside. "I envy you. Now that I've gone out to train, I'm feeling very carefree." As the leader's son, Luo Han knew everything that had happened in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once he heard the news, he immediately rushed over and waited for Yi Chan outside the hall. Yi Chan grinned and said, "Actually, you can go out to train as well." Luo Han gave a bitter smile and said, "Of course I have to train, but my training range is the few surrounding countries, which is too large for me to handle. But you and I are different. The Windy Nation no longer has a target for you to surpass. I have many more." Yi Chen didn't say anything. Indeed, before he became the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he had never thought about going out and gaining more experience. But after he came out of the Heaven Dream Ancient region, this thought suddenly popped up in his mind and occupied all of his mind. It was time to go! Time to go! The two left the drifting cloud palace and passed by the floating cloud palace. "Your name is now the first on the ranking jade wall. Before you come back, no one can replace you." Luo Hanshan pointed at the jade wall and said. Yi Chen said, "Su Jing can't be underestimated either." Luo Hanshan said, "You don't know this, but after you came back from the scorching ancient desert over a month ago, your achievements have already spread across the entire Windy Nation. To be honest, you are the first one who has caused such a sensation in the past 100 years. The younger generation has already regarded you as a legend." Regarded me as a legend? Before this, the most glorious thing that happened in our Windy Nation was when Zhuang Fei broke into the Hidden Dragon ranking and was ranked 68th. But you've defeated all Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists from the other 9 nations, and even injured the multiple Mountain Martial School's outer head elder with a single sword move. Such an amazing achievement. If it's not a legend, then what is it? While the two were talking, Zhu Mei and Su Jing walked over from a distance. Zhu Mei glanced at Yi Chen, smiled, and said, "When are we leaving?" Yi Chen said, "Let's go back to the Yi family first. We'll leave the next morning." "That's good. The Hidden Dragon ranking competition will start in less than a year and a half. Only Clasping Yuan realm martial artists are qualified to compete for the ranking. See you the year after next." Yi Chen nodded. His eyes fell on Su Jing. Su Jing said, "Remember, don't get killed out there." Yi Chen gave a bitter smile. Couldn't she just say something nice? But this was Su Jing's personality. After separating from the three, Yi Chen went back to his small courtyard and packed his belongings, then immediately walked down the mountain and headed towards the Yi family in the Luo city. If a Clasping Yuan realm martial artist ran at full speed, he could cover over 2,000 miles in 2 hours. 10 hours was equivalent to 10 hours in Yi Chen's world. Instead of rushing at full speed, Yi Chen spent 14 hours to get back to the Yi family. Just like the elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, at first, Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao did not agree with Yi Chen going out to train. For them, the outside world was too big and too dangerous. An early Clasping Yuan realm martial artist did not have much power to protect himself, even if Yi Chen could challenge those with higher cultivation. In the end, under Yi Chen's unshakable determination, both of them gave in. However, this time, Yi Chen had made the right decision to come back. His mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant again, and it might be a boy and a girl, which was undoubtedly a good thing. In the past, Yi Tianhao had thought about having more children, but for some reason, he had never been able to do it. He did not expect that he would succeed this time. Regarding this, Yi Chen thought about it. Before he left, his mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant. Everything was so coincidental. Could it be that this time he would have to leave for a long time? 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, Yi Chen shook his head. Some things could not be changed by human beings. There were too many uncertainties in the training. Even he himself could not be sure. The next day, early morning, outside the north gate of the Luo city. "Chin, remember to write me a letter when you have time." From afar, Shen Yuqing waved at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with tears. Yi Tianhao silently looked at Yi Chen's back, his eyes also filled with tears. He murmured to himself, "The young eagle has already spread its wings and soared into the sky. Having such a son is enough for me in this life." At this moment, a beam of sunlight fell from the sky, lengthening Yi Chen's shadow. Yi Chen pressed the bamboo hat that he had prepared beforehand, without turning around. He disappeared from Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's sight. Yi Chen's departure didn't startle too many people. Except for his parents, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and Luo Hanshan and his two friends, no one else knew about it. Many people thought that Yi Chen was still in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Perhaps, after a long time, they would realize that something was wrong. Chapter 168. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and the wind was blowing fiercely. The night in the great Devil Grassland was always bleak. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there were barely any signs of human life. Instead, there were countless demonic beasts roaring everywhere. This time, Yi Chen's first stop was the Thousand Thread Nation, which was located in the northeast of the Windy Nation. He would have to cross the great Devil Grassland to get there. Otherwise, he would have to take a long detour. Not far away, a house-sized boulder was blocking the wind. Behind the boulder, there was a flickering bonfire, bringing a sense of security to this bleak night. Wiping the grease off his mouth, Yi Chen leaned against the boulder and murmured to himself, "Grassland wild boar tastes good. I can even eat it without seasoning." Grassland wild boars were of a very low rank, only rank 1 demonic beasts. In the great Devil Grassland, they were definitely at the bottom of the food chain and were the food for most of the other demonic beasts. However, the wild boars were extremely fertile. A female wild boar could give birth to dozens of baby wild boars, and they could even reproduce the next year. Since the ancient times, they had been the largest group of demonic beasts in the great Devil Grassland. If it weren't for the hunting of humans and demonic beasts, the entire great Devil Grassland would have been plagued by wild boars. Yi Chen poked the bonfire with a fire stick in his hand, making it burn even brighter. Yi Chen sat down with his legs crossed and started his daily training. The first and second stages of the Great Mystery Art were the basics of the basics. Only by building a solid foundation could one start on the third stage. The third stage focused on condensing Jin Qi, and the quality of the Jin Qi would not be any weaker than the Zhen Qi trained with a high-rank mortal realm art. After reaching the fourth stage, the quality of the Zhen Qi would be improved to the next level. At the fifth stage, the quality of the Jin Qi would be even better than the pure Jun Jin Qi, and its color would gradually turn into a light blue color. As the Zhen Qi completed one big cycle after another, there was not much pure Jun Jin Qi left inside Yi Chen's body. The great mystery Zhen Qi took up more than 90% of his Zhen Qi spiral. When the rest of the pure Jun Zhen Qi turns into the great mystery Jin Qi, I will be able to reach the sixth stage of the Great Mystery Art. By then, the quality and quantity of the Zhen Qi will both be greater than the original pure Jun Jin Qi, and my overall power will be even greater. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Chen increased the speed of his Zhen Qi circulation. Hoo 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 hoo! The strong wind whistled, blowing the grass on the grassland to the ground. Unable to stand up straight, the faint sound of footsteps rang out along with the wind. 2 scarlet lights slowly approached from afar, gradually approaching Yi Chen's location. Under the dim moonlight, one could see that the scarlet light was the eyes of the demon beast. It was a huge cyan wolf the size of a buffalo. Its fluffy fur was like a burning cyan flame, bouncing in the wind. Its blood-red eyes were emotionless, staring at the bonfire behind the boulder. 4th level demonic beast, blue fire wolf. 100 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. At this time, the blue fire wolf could already see Yi Chen's side profile. Seeing that he was meditating and cultivating, a cruel glint flashed across its eyes. Whoosh! The blue fire wolf lowered its body and leapt up. The next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If it took one more step, it would be able to tear Yi Chen into pieces and enjoy the delicious flesh and blood. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen made a fist with his left hand. Without any fancy moves, the blue fire wolf was blasted hundreds of meters away, and its body flipped dozens of times in the air. Boom! Its body fell heavily on the ground, and the blue fire wolf's forehead exploded. Red and white blood flowed all over the ground, and soon it stopped breathing. Under the cover of the night, some demonic beasts that were eyeing Yi Chen like tigers whimpered, turned around and ran. That human was too scary. The blue fire wolf, which was definitely one of the best among them, could not even take one punch from him. Its head exploded and it died miserably. The Gale City was the only city on the Devil Prairie. Its area was not any smaller than the biggest city in the Northwest, the Forgotten City. It was more than 50 miles in length and width, and had a population of more than 15 million. Among them, 1/3 were migrant workers, who made a living by selling demonic beast materials. Sigh, we lost big this time. We failed to capture the demonic horse, and 5 of our members were killed by the rank for demonic beast, the blue fire wolf. Who knew that the demonic horse would run into the territory of the blue fire wolf? We were lucky to make it back. Poor Song Tao, it was his first time hunting with us. Since they are dead, send some money to their families, especially Song Tao's new wife. Give her double the money. Of course. Hearing the size of these warriors, Yi Chen thought to himself, people say that warriors in the Gale City earn money fast, but they also lose their lives fast. From afar, Yi Chen could see the magnificent Gale City. He pressed the edge of his bamboo hat and quickened his pace. Not long after, Yi Chen arrived at the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city were all tall and strong. Their temples were bulging, and their eyes were shining with a sharp light, which could make people shiver. Obviously, they were mortal realm stage 10 warriors, and the leaders of the soldiers were even early condensing reality, realm warriors. If that was all, it would not be a big deal, but with Yi Chen's perception, he could clearly sense that there were clasping Yuan realm warriors in the blockhouses on the city wall. Such a strong defense. No wonder it could stand in the middle of the Devil Prairie without being attacked by demonic beasts for thousands of years. Yi Chen was shocked. A few captains patrolled the city gate and said loudly, 5 silvers per person, whoever dares to sneak in. Not only will they be fined 10 times the entrance fee, they will also be imprisoned for 10 days. Don't do anything that you will regret. There is no medicine for regret in this world. 5 silvers? So expensive. Yi Chen remembered that the Windy City only needed 50 copper coins, and the Happy City only needed 1 silver. He did not expect that the Gale City actually needed 5 silvers. It was simply unbelievable. However, when he saw that all the people entering the city were martial artists, Yi Chen was relieved. A martial artist could earn more than 50 silvers by killing a rank 1 beast, 300 or 400 silvers by killing a rank 2 beast, and 1,000 or 2,000 silvers by killing a rank 3 beast. 5 silvers was just a small amount. Taking out a 5 silvers piece from his pocket, Yi Chen entered the Gale City. Captain, is it him? A captain looked at Yi Chen's back and whispered into the captain's ear. The captain nodded. Although he is wearing a bamboo hat, his body is exactly the same as the one in the portrait. We have killed him before. That man said that he would give us 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones after this. Then our hard work these days will be worth it. 100 low-rank soul stones, you get 30%, and I get 70%. Do you have any objections? How could I have any objections without you, Captain? This task would not be mine. That's good. You send a few punks to keep an eye on him. Don't let him run out of sight. I will go inform the other party now, and get the gold and low-rank soul stones. Okay. Walking on the street, Yi Chen looked up and around. Overall, the Gale City was not as luxurious as the Happy City. The structure of the buildings was mainly solid, looking both magnificent and practical. Of course, not all the buildings were like this. In the distance, there were restaurants rising from the ground, 4 to 5 stories high, 5 to 6 stories high, looking majestic, and some places were even inlaid with precious metals. I am tired of eating barbecue every day. Let's go in and sit and take a bath. Feeling relaxed, Yi Chen walked to the nearest luxury restaurant. Sir, how many? The waiter bowed and said respectfully. Yi Chen threw a 10 silver piece to the waiter and said lightly, Just one. Give me a first-class room and prepare hot water. Okay, this way, please. The waiter put the money into his pocket and happily led Yi Qin upstairs. This was a very spacious guest room. There was a living room full of landscape paintings, a comfortable bedroom, and a bathroom for bathing. In the middle of the bathroom was a small pool filled with hot water, and the steam slowly rose, making everything hazy. Taking off his clothes, Yi Qin jumped into the pool and immediately let out a comfortable moan. Lying on the back of the pool, Yi Qin said leisurely, "It's so good to be rich." In the other world, although I was a student at a famous university, I was still an orphan. I had to work during the summer and winter holidays, and the money I earned was not even enough for my monthly living expenses. I didn't even dare to have a girlfriend, because I was afraid of spending money. But here, the gold I have is enough for me to live for a few lifetimes. If I sell my valuable things, I would be richer than the 10 corrupt officials of the Windy Nation combined. Before his soul traveled to this world, Yi Qin was very envious of the martial artists in the martial arts novels. They all drank and ate and spent money like water. They never had to worry about not having enough money, and when they ran out of money, they could just go out and do some business, and they could earn more money than an ordinary person could earn in 10 lifetimes. Then they could continue to practice their martial arts. Now his dream had come true, and he was even more carefree than those so-called martial artists, and he was even more powerful than them. He could casually kill a level 5 or level 6 demon beast, and he could earn tens of thousands of silvers. It was okay if he didn't want to kill demon beasts, because the gold he had was enough for him to use for a long time, and the low-rank and mid-rank soul stones were not included. While thinking, Yi Qin closed his eyes and fell into a 90% deep sleep. The remaining 10% of consciousness was hidden deep in his mind, and if someone entered the room, he would be able to sense it immediately. In another private room of a restaurant, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face was sitting on a comfortable leather chair, drinking wine. It was the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence master, Zhu Liang. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the door of the private room. Zhu Liang said with a cold voice, "Come in." The door opened, and the captain of the soldiers walked in with a bow. "The person you want us to pay attention to has arrived in the Gale City and is currently in the Great Jinhua restaurant. Look, gold and soul stones. Gold and soul stones will be yours. Keep watching." "But didn't you say that you would give it to us once the good guy arrived?" Zhu Liang's eyes were like knives. He glanced at the captain's face. "Are you afraid that I won't give it to you? 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones are nothing to me. On the other hand, if you let that brat escape, not only will you not get a single cent, I will also take your life." "Yes, yes." The captain of the soldiers was a peak early condensing reality realm warrior, but under Zhu Liang's stare he was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking. "All right, you can leave now." Waiting until the captain left, Zhu Liang grinned. "Yi Qin, you didn't expect that we have a spy in the Sky Cloud Martial School, did you? We will know once you leave. Let's see where you can run to this time." Chapter 169. Yi Qin didn't wake up until the evening. His iron-like skin didn't wrinkle after being soaked in the hot water. Instead, he looked even more energetic. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Yi Qin walked out of the room and went downstairs. "Sir, let me show you to a private room." There were many waiters in this restaurant. This one wasn't the one Yi Qin had seen before, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that people who could afford expensive rooms would definitely be able to afford a private room. After all, a night in Jinhua restaurant cost 50 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Yi Qin nodded. He was indeed hungry. Jinhua restaurant had 5 floors. The 4th and 5th floors were guest rooms. The 3rd and 2nd floors were private rooms, and only the 1st floor was the main hall, which could accommodate many people. At the door of the 6th private room on the 3rd floor, the waiter pushed the door open, bowed, and said, "This is the best private room of our restaurant. Please come in." Walking in, Yi Chen took a quick glance at the private room. The environment of the private room was very good. It could even be called luxurious. On the east side of the room, there was a huge window from which he could see the street outside. However, this wasn't too strange for him. He quickly turned his eyes back and said, "Bring us all the specialties of your restaurant, and 3 pots of good wine. The stronger the better." "All right, please wait a moment." After the door was closed, Yi Chen sat on a leather chair in front of the table. After watching the street for a while, Yi Chen felt bored. So he took out a sheathed long sword from his storage ring. Clang! He pulled out the sword, and a cold sword light shone. As the sword light faded away, one could see the long and thin lines on the body of the sword, which looked like coiling dragons. The Dragon Spring Sword, the best sword produced by the Sky Cloud Martial School. It's indeed 1 grade higher than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Holding the sword, Yi Chen slashed at the air. Puff! Without using any Jin Qi, the air was cut open by the sharp edge of the sword. The process was very smooth, without any hindrance. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Yi Chen thought to himself, the Dragon Spring Sword is basically the best weapon an ordinary warrior can make. But I wonder how to make a graded treasure and how to store those special energies in it so that it can increase a warrior's attacking power. Great weapons were not something that normal martial institutions could make. Even rank 7 martial institutions could not do it. Most of the great weapons in the Windy Nation came from the outside world, or were found in some ruins. If one wanted to make one themselves, it would be extremely hard, even harder than reaching the astral reaching realm. At least there was still a way to reach the astral reaching realm, but no one knew how to make great weapons. The Hidden Cloud Sword had been destroyed, and Ji couldn't find a suitable low-rank sword for the time being. Fortunately, the Dragon Spring Sword was not bad, except for the fact that it couldn't release sword chi by itself. It was much harder than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Therefore, Ji should be able to use it for a period of time. Of course, if he had the chance, he would still buy a low-rank sword. A series of knocks came from the door. Yi Chen put the Dragon Spring Sword back into his storage ring. Creak! For waiters walked in with dishes in their hands. The leading waiter smiled and said, "Dear guest, our Gale City is located in the Great Devil Grassland. There are countless demonic beasts here, and the most special dishes are the demonic beasts' recipes. Please try it. It's definitely fresher and more tender than ordinary meat." "I've heard about this before. Can you introduce some dishes to me?" "All right, this dish is called Phoenix Spreading Wings. It's made from the wings of a rank 3 demonic beast, red smelting bird, cooked through 18 steps. This dish is called Old Tree Blooming. It's made from the gallbladder of a rank 2 demonic beast, Iron Gut Snake. Step by step, it's made from the meat of a bamboo snake, Mountain Snow. It's made from a rank 3 demonic beast." The waiter seemed to have practiced this before. He listed all the dishes on the table in one breath, without pausing in the middle, and finished everything in one go. Yi Chen tasted one of the dishes and found that it tasted surprisingly good. What's more, the yuan qi contained in the meat hadn't completely dissipated. For ordinary people, it was definitely a great tonic. "All right, you can leave now." Yi Chen poured himself a glass of wine and waved his hand to let them leave. Perhaps it was a habit, but while eating, Yi Chen subconsciously spread out his soul power, covering the surrounding 500 meters. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. In the private room next door. "Captain, didn't we agree to pay when the person arrives? Why do we still need to monitor him?" There were 2 people sitting at the table, and the one who spoke was the captain of the guards at the city gate. However, he had changed out of his soldier's armor and put on a warrior's uniform. The captain, who was also wearing a warrior's uniform, said, "That person's strength is even higher than the lieutenant. We can't provoke him." "Forget it. Let's continue to monitor him. Anyway, we've endured for so many days. We don't have to worry about 1 or 2 days. When the time comes, we'll have 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank spirit stones. I'm not afraid of getting tired. I'm afraid that the other party won't pay. That shouldn't be possible. I think he has a high status, that gold and spirit stones are nothing to him. I hope so. The two of them kept their voices low. They thought that they could hide it from the others. But little did they know that all of this had already fallen into Yi Chen's senses. It seems that I'm the target. The multiple mountain martial school is too far away from here, so it's not possible. It's probably the Purple Sun Martial School. Back in the Heavenly Dream ancient region, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were determined to kill them, and Yi Chen believed that the Purple Sun Martial School's leaders were involved. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. He kept eating and drinking, as if nothing had happened. After dinner, Yi Chen went back to the guest room on the 4th floor to rest. Late at night, the silhouette sat on the bed with his legs crossed and slowly let out a breath. The 6th level of the Great Mystery Art had been achieved. At this moment, the pure Jun Zhenqi inside Yi Chen's body had disappeared and was replaced by the purer and greater Great Mystery Qi. The Zhenqi spiral formed by the Great Mystery Zhenqi was 10% larger than the pure Jun Zhenqi spiral. It had a light blue color and was extremely pure. It looked like the airflow formed by a light blue crystal. It was lively yet steady, and it was pure yet lethal. My cultivation hasn't improved, but my power has improved. I wonder what will the 7th level of the Great Mystery Art be like. Yi Chen didn't feel sleepy at all. He walked out of the bed. Yes. What made him a bit speechless was that moaning sounds came from the room next to his. Even though he had never experienced it before, he knew what the other party was doing. Sleep early. I'll leave tomorrow morning. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen tried his best to suppress his boiling blood and went back to bed. What? He just came yesterday and he's leaving today? In a private room of a restaurant, Zhu Liang's eyebrows twitched as he said in a low voice. The captain lowered his head and said, yes, he paid for the room not long ago, and left the Great Jinhua restaurant, heading towards the East City Gate. Damn you! Can't I kill you again this time? Zhu Liang felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he pressed his palm on the purple vibrating wood table next to him. Without making any sound, the wooden table was burned into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. The captain was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that Zhu Liang would slap him into ashes. After a long while, Zhu Liang calmed down, took out a small box from his storage ring, stood up and said, there are 10,000 gold and 10 low-rank soul stones in here. After saying that, he lifted his foot and was about to leave. The captain froze for a second, then forced a smile and said, Sir, didn't we agree on 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones? You still dare to ask for gold and low-rank soul stones? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap? Zhu Liang's cold voice came. Don't. The captain had never been so frustrated before, but in front of Zhu Liang he had to endure it no matter how frustrated he was. He thought to himself, it looks like you don't have the confidence to kill that guy. All right, I hope you get killed by him. Walking out of the restaurant, Zhu Liang rushed towards the East City Gate as fast as the wind. Yi Chen, I will never let you get away this time. I will follow you for now. When the few leaders of the hunting hall arrive, it will be your death day. Last time, Zhu Liang was severely injured by a demonic beast in the Silent Hills. He had to rest for 3 months to fully recover. But when he fully recovered, he learned that Yi Chen had severely injured the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, who was a peak-level mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist, with a single sword attack. This was definitely a heavy blow to him, because he was only a peak-level early clasping yuan realm martial artist. He was no longer a match for Yi Chen. Otherwise, he would have gone after Yi Chen by himself long ago, instead of sending people to keep an eye on him and wait for the hunting hall's leader to arrive. However, the leader of the hunting hall still needed half a day to arrive, so he didn't have much time left. Walking out of the East City Gate, Zhu Liang activated his flying art and flew as fast as lightning. Soon, Zhu Liang saw the back of a young man who was wearing a bamboo hat. Unhurriedly moving forward, Yi Chen released his soul power to its limit. He could sense everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. He's here. Without turning his head around, Yi Chen had already pictured the young man's face in his mind with only his soul power. It was a man with a scar on his face. He seemed to have seen this young man before during the inner disciple ranking competition. Back then, this young man was an invited guest, sitting together with other famous martial artists. Without slowing down, Yi Chen flew towards a less populated area. Something's wrong. Does he know that I am following him? Zhu Liang's eyelids twitched. Before, he dared to follow Yi Chen directly because there were a lot of clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which made it less noticeable. But now, within a radius of a few miles, there was no one else. Right at this moment, Yi Chen turned around and looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Run. Without thinking about anything else, Zhu Liang activated his Zhen Qi to its limit, turned around and prepared to run. You can't get away. Unknowingly, another Yi Chen had appeared behind Zhu Liang, blocking his way. What's going on? Zhu Liang turned around and saw that the previous Yi Chen had disappeared along with the wind. It was actually a Zhen Qi silhouette, not the real Yi Chen. What do you want? Zhu Liang tried to stay calm. Stroking his storage ring, Yi Chen said blandly, If I'm not wrong, your identity as a martial artist is just a disguise. Your real identity is an elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Am I right? In rank 7 institutions, martial artists who had reached the clasping Yuan realm were qualified to become outer elders. Of course, if one was a disciple before, one could temporarily not become an outer elder. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could directly become an inner elder and hold a part of the power of the school. Don't joke around. I'm just a martial artist. Yi Chen sneered, and the dragon spring sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 170. Don't waste your time. You're going to die today. As soon as the word die came out of his mouth, the dragon's spring sword flew out of its sheath and swung towards Zhu Liang, who was 10 steps away from him. Zhu Liang had been prepared for this. His fire-attributed Jin, Qi, surged out of his body and transformed into a huge fireball. The temperature of the fireball was incredibly high, and tiny sparks of flame fell off from it, burning fist-sized black holes on the ground and raising a puff of smoke. With the protection of the fireball, Zhu Liang's confidence was boosted. He thought to himself, My Scorching Sun protective art has already reached the highest level, the 9th level. Even if I can't take the opponent's attack, I won't be broken by a single sword attack. As for that multiple mountain martial school's head elder, he was too careless. Puff! The light blue sword Qi instantly hacked on the fireball, and a terrifying cutting power burst out, bringing up tens of thousands of fire sparks. Before Zhu Liang realized what was going on, his defensive Jin Qi had already been broken, and his right arm was sent flying away. I am the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence elder. How dare you kill me? If you kill me, you'll die too. Even if you run to the end of the world, you won't be able to escape. The bone-piercing pain made Zhu Liang's face twist. Only until now did he realize that Yi Chen was indeed too powerful for him to handle. Therefore, he didn't have the time to worry about his own injuries, and crazily boosted up his Zhen Qi, darted out, and yelled, Cut! Yi Chen didn't move at all. Instead, he launched another, even more powerful sword Qi. Puff! While he was on his way, Zhu Liang's body was split into 2. Blood gushed out and dyed a large patch of grass red. Not bad, but too bad. Not as good as Hong Qianjun. Shaking his head, Yi Chen waved his hand, and Zhu Liang's right arm flew over, then shattered into pieces, leaving only a storage ring in his hand. Injecting his Zhen Qi into the storage ring, Yi Chen quickly expelled the remaining Zhen Qi from Zhu Liang's body and opened the space inside. This guy is quite rich. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In the small space, there were a total of 50 big chests and 30 small chests. The big chests contained 100,000 gold taels, and the small chests contained 10,000 gold taels. In addition, there was a pile of low-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 20,000 of them, which was equivalent to 8 million gold taels. As for the other things, Yi Chen did not care about them. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked in the direction of the Gale City and mumbled to himself. The Purple Sun Martial School wouldn't just send out an intelligence elder to kill me. There should be more powerful ones behind me. I should leave first. Using the shadow clone technique, Yi Chen raised his speed to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already several miles away. When he looked again, he was nowhere to be found. A long time after Yi Chen left, 3 silhouettes flew over. Their speed was so fast that they left a purple wave of air behind them. It was gorgeous and domineering. Bang! 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 A few huge cracks appeared on the ground. 3 silhouettes landed on the ground. One was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, one was an ugly elder, and the last one was a muscular man with a full beard. The 3 of them looked very different, but the aura they emitted was equally dangerous. Glancing at Zhu Liang's dead body, the gloomy middle-aged man's face became colder and colder. Useless thing. You can't even follow someone well. What a waste of your title as the intelligence elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Good, this little brat did not go far. With our speed, we will catch up with him soon. The ugly elder laughed and said, Our speed is close to the speed of sound. This little brat will not be able to run away. Let's go. The muscular man did not smile, but he was obviously the leader of the 3. After giving the order, the 3 of them jumped up from the ground and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. The great Devil Prairie was thousands of miles in radius, and there were countless beasts. At this moment, Yi Chen was blocked by a black-crowned serpent, a 6th-rank demonic beast. This black-crowned serpent is faster than me. It can fly in the air with its beast chi. Fortunately, it is only an ordinary 6th-rank demonic beast, which is equal to a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I can barely defeat it. Otherwise, I would have to pay a big price to leave today. Standing still, Yi Chen looked at the black-crowned serpent up and down. This black-crowned serpent was over 40 meters long, and its coiled body looked like a small hill. The scales on its body were as big as human heads, shining with a black luster. On its huge head there was a black crown which made it look quite terrifying. Croak, croak, croak! Different from ordinary snake-type demonic beasts. This black-crowned serpent's voice was no longer a hiss, but a high-pitched cry, which sounded like the cry of a baby. Mountain condensed sword chi. Before the black-crowned serpent made any move, Yi Chen launched the first attack. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and released a mountain-thick stream of sword chi. The black-crowned serpent was enraged. It swung its water-tank-thick tail horizontally, scraped off a layer of the ground, and heavily bumped against the light blue sword chi. The black-crowned serpent didn't even have the time to release its power before it was shattered by the tail, turning into countless tiny pieces of sword chi, splashing in all directions. It seems that the multiple mountain martial school's head elder is quite powerful, said Yi Chen with a serious look. His body flashed across the air, leaving a shred of Zhen Qi silhouette behind. Puff! Once the shred of Zhen Qi silhouette was formed, it was minced into pieces by the black crown serpent's tail. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already floated up into the air and launched a light hack down towards the black-crowned serpent. Supreme shocking cloud. The sword chi dazzled across the air, along with a thunderous boom. A huge wound was cut open on the black-crowned serpent's body, from which gray-red blood gushed out like a fountain. The black-crowned serpent screamed towards the sky in pain. The strong sound waves spread out and shattered the surrounding grassland, sending grass pieces flying in all directions. High up in the air, a middle-aged man with a sallow skin, wearing a large blue robe, was pouring wine into his mouth from a wine calabash. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "This kid is not bad. At such a young age, he has already reached the highest level of the shocking cloud sword art. He even has the sword intent. No wonder that old bastard, Cloud Dreamer, asked me to protect him and kill some ants." This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually an astral-reaching, realm, powerful martial artist, Thunder Freer. Wiping the wine off his mouth corner, Thunder Freer shook his head and said, "What a shame this black-crowned serpent is not so easy to deal with. Even martial artists at the same level would have to stay away from it. It's one of the dominators of the great devil grassland, many times more powerful than the wind vulture, which only relies on its speed." Down on the ground, the black-crowned serpent's eyes turned blood-red because of the pain. Then it spurted out a fan-shaped beam of black light towards Yi Qin. Wherever the black light reached, the ground would be corroded, leaving a tens of meters wide hole, and the black liquid would emit a strong, stinky smell. "Watch out!" Yi Chen's body flashed across the air, leaving a series of Zhen-Qi afterimages in the air. Pop, pop, pop! The Zhen-Qi afterimages were instantly swept away by the black light, disappearing into thin air. Dodging the black light, Yi Chen landed hundreds of meters away, murmured to himself, "It seems like I have to use the one-sword attack." While talking, he took a step forward with his right foot, holding the sword with both of his hands, and swung the sword out. Swoosh! The sword, Qi condensed into a beam of white light, darted out at an unimaginable speed, and hacked on the black-crowned serpent's head. The black-crowned serpent didn't even have the time to dodge, and a huge gap appeared on its head. Even its skull was damaged. It had already developed a trace of intelligence, so it didn't dare to risk its life against Yi Qin anymore. The beast Qi around its body surged, rolled it up, and flew out to 300 meters away within the blink of an eye. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen was secretly shocked. The black-crowned serpent was only an ordinary rank 6 demonic beast, but it was already so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered one of the most powerful ancient sword arts, the one-sword refining, he would have been the one running away, and he might not even have been able to escape. Before the first wave died down, another wave came. Yi Qin turned around and sensed 3 extremely powerful auras approaching him. They were even a bit faster than the black-crowned serpent, and it was impossible for him to dodge. Dai! Miles away, the 3 Taoists darted over. The middle-aged man on the left reached out his right hand and pressed it in the air. Instantly, a scorching palm made of Zhen-Qi sliced through the air and attacked. Late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Facing such a great danger, Yi Qin didn't panic. He once again performed the one-sword attack. A beam of white light pierced through the palm made of Zhen-Qi and exploded. The middle-aged man was surprised. Although his palm attack seemed to have been launched from miles away, it still contained 70 to 80% of its power. Even a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be killed by it, but this kid managed to resist it for a while. No wonder he was one of the top geniuses in the 9 nations. "We can't let this kid live," the sturdy man said coldly. The middle-aged man and the ugly elder nodded. Recently, the Purple Sun Martial School had lost too many geniuses, and they were no longer as powerful as the Sky Cloud Martial School. If Yi Chen was allowed to grow, the Purple Sun Martial School would no longer be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School. Instead, they would be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School, which was something they couldn't accept. The 3 of them moved at an amazing speed and covered miles in just a few blinks of an eye. Shoo! 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 The 3 of them landed on the ground and stared at Yi Qin as if he was a dead man. "You are from the Purple Sun Martial School." Yi Chen's expression didn't change. The ugly elder grinned and said with an evil intention, "You are quite calm. You have the chance to become someone great. That's right. We are the leaders of the hunting hall. We are responsible for hunting the enemies of our martial school. You are so young, and you are already our target. You should be proud of yourself. Yi Chen responded blandly, I won't die today. Hee hee. Do you really think someone will come and save you? The middle-aged man grinned. He was not in a hurry to attack. After all, there were 3 late clasping yuan realm martial artists here. What else could Yi Chen do? Maybe you don't know yet, but before I left, I had a secret discussion with the leader and the head elder. They said that they would send a powerful warrior to protect me before I leave the Windy Nation. If I guessed it right, this powerful warrior should be nearby. He just hasn't shown up yet. Yi Chen was telling the truth. He knew that he was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation. But compared to the powerful warriors from the older generation, he was still much weaker. Therefore, the leader and the head elder didn't trust him, and said that there would be a powerful warrior protecting him all the way until he left the Windy Nation. However, he still didn't know who would be protecting him. I would like to see where the powerful warrior is. Come out. The middle-aged man didn't believe what Yi Chen had said. Besides, this grassland was flat, and they could see everything clearly. A powerful warrior would never be able to hide from them. Pop! Once he said this, a 1-meter thick lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck on the middle-aged man's body at an unimaginable speed. This late clasping yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before his entire body was turned into ashes. The ground under his body was punctured by the lightning bolt for hundreds of meters deep. Not only Yi Chen, even the sturdy man and the ugly elder gasped. Their fine hair stood up. Chapter 171. The tall and sturdy man yelled towards the sky. Thunder Freer, do you know what the consequence of killing the leader of our Purple Sun Martial School is? You still have a chance to leave now. Do you want to be chased by the great master again? The ugly elder was not as calm as the tall and sturdy man. He knew that his life was in the hands of the great master. If the great master was determined to kill them, running away would be useless. He could only hope that the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School would scare the great master away and make him give up on protecting Yi Chen. Boom! An even thicker thunder arc struck down. It split in half and hit the tall and sturdy man and the ugly elder respectively. The 2 of them followed in the footsteps of the middle-aged man. Even their protective Zhenqi had been shattered by the thunder arc. 2 deep holes appeared on the ground. Thunder and fire were burning inside. Tiny electric arcs were everywhere, floating in the air and making cracking noises. Is this the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior? After coming back to his senses, Yi Chen immediately realized that it was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was protecting him. But what shocked him was that the 3 late clasping yuan realm warriors did not even have the chance to fight back before they were turned into ashes by the thunder arc that came from the sky. The gap between the 2 of them was way too huge. Swoosh! In the sky, a beam of thunderlight tore apart the clouds and shot down at a speed that was way faster than the speed of sound. Vaguely, a human figure could be seen within the thunderlight. In the next second, the thunderlight disappeared. The human figure flashed and landed near Yi Chen. He mumbled, It would have been better if you didn't mention the fire bastard. But now that you have mentioned him, I will not let you go. Yi Chen took a deep breath, bowed, and cupped his hands. Thank you, Thunder Freer, for saving my life. Turning his head, Thunder Freer laughed. Cloud Dreamer and I are old friends. I have to help him out. Plus, I have not liked the Purple Sun Martial School and the Fire Bastard for a long time. Fire Bastard, is he the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School? Yi Chen had heard from Luo Hanshan that the 5 top-ranked martial institutions of the Windy Nation were guarded by great elders, and only astral-reaching realm martial artists could become great elders. This was also the main reason why the Ghost Man didn't dare to attack the 5 top-ranked martial institutions. After all, even if the Ghost Man hadn't fully recovered, he was still a real astral-reaching realm martial artist. He has already reached the mid-astral reaching realm. Cloud Dreamer and I are both at the peak level of early astral reaching realm. But 20 years ago, he did not dare to be so arrogant. Your great master Cloud Dreamer's brother-disciple, the Dark Cloud Dreamer, was even more powerful than him. Unfortunately, he was easily provoked and died in the siege of the 9 ghost cult's powerful warriors. This had a lot to do with the Fire Bastard. I suspect that he had been working with the remaining forces of the 9 ghost cult. 9 evil cult? He is not afraid of public anger? Yi Qin was surprised. He is not the only one. Back then, the 9 evil cult was already doomed, and the remaining forces could not do anything. Therefore, many people started to have bad ideas. They planned to use the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult to get rid of the dissidents and suppress the other martial institutions. The former leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer, seemed to be a hot-tempered man, but he was just too honest. That was why he suffered such a big loss. He lost a lot of powerful martial artists and suddenly dropped from a top rank 8 martial institution to a rank 9 martial institution. Fortunately, that Cloud Dreamer was smart and cunning. He saved the Sky Cloud Martial School in an extremely dangerous situation, and also set up a trap to kill that Fire Bastard's brother and a few top inner masters of the Purple Sun Martial School. Hearing him, Yi Qin nodded. No matter where it was, as long as there were people, there would be conflicts and conspiracies. From small families to big martial institutions, no one would be spared, unless human beings were no longer human beings. They were just wooden dummies with no intelligence. I killed the 3 of them. That Fire Bastard must be furious. Unfortunately, he could not do anything to me. I am all alone, and I can come and go freely, unlike him, who has to guard the Purple Sun Martial School. Thunder Freer grabbed the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, he said casually. It was the first time for Yi Qin to meet an astral reaching realm warrior. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he asked, Thunder Freer, is the difference between the astral reaching realm and the clasping yuan realm really that big? I can easily kill a late clasping yuan realm warrior. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Look, while drinking, Thunder Freer raised his left hand. Whew! A bright light shone, and a dark blue genuine appeared in the center of Thunder Freer's left hand. This genuine had no impurities. It was even purer than a crystal and even brighter than a gem. If it could be condensed into a solid form, it would definitely be priceless in the world where Yi Qin came from. Did you find anything? Thunder Freer asked. Yi Qin thought for a while, then said, It is more than 10 times purer than Jinqi. Could it be that it was extracted from Jinqi? Just like my mysterious great art, if I train it to the highest level, I can extract a mouthful of genuine, which can easily kill a warrior at the same level as me. Thunder Freer looked impressed, very smart. Genuine is the essence of Jinqi. With the amount of Jinqi you have right now, you might not be able to extract a mouthful of genuine. Even if you could, it would be very, very small and could only be used once. However, astral reaching realm warriors have Zhen Yuan all over their bodies. If I could not kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior with one attack, then I would not be able to live in this world anymore. So that's how it is. Liquefying Zhen Qi into Zhen Qi is not that different. But refining Zhen Qi into Zhen Yuan, the difference is unbelievably huge. After all, the former 2 are only changes in form, while the latter 2 are changes in level. They are not even comparable. Yi Qin thought about it. Thunder Freer continued. However, there are exceptions to everything. There are also examples of late clasping Yuan realm warriors beating astral reaching realm warriors. But the difficulty has been magnified by 10 times. Take you as an example. If your sword intent could not grow and you did not have any special encounters, you would still be killed by me with one attack when you reach the late clasping Yuan realm. Yi Qin remained silent. What Thunder Freer said was the truth. The higher the level of a warrior, the harder it would be for him to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. With his current achievement, he could only be counted as a rare genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Compared to the whole South Rudra region or the whole True Spirit continent, he would not even be worth mentioning. Hee, I am not trying to discourage you. I am just giving you an example. With your talent, your sword intent will never stop growing. If you can reach the completion level, and if you have some other special encounters, you might be able to escape from an astral-reaching realm warrior's attack. However, it would be very difficult to fight against them. In the past 100 years, very few people had managed to do it. Xian Ho was one of the best. When she was still a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, she had even killed a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors. Her battling power was extremely horrifying, and she was called the top of the top. Xian Ho, it was Xian Ho again. Yi Chen had heard her name more than once. As long as it was about the records of warriors, she would always be number one, and no one would be able to surpass her. She was the top of all the martial geniuses, or in other words, the king of all the martial geniuses in the past hundreds of years. She was so famous that no one could compete with her. Yi Chen did not know how amazing she was back then, but he was sure that if the two of them were at the same age, Yi Chen would definitely be the one who would be bullied. It could be seen from the way she had broken through, becoming a condensing reality realm warrior at the age of 11, clasping Yuan realm at the age of 14, astral reaching realm at the age of 18, Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and reaching the life and death realm at the age of 35. She was the youngest life and death realm warrior in the past 1,000 years. Just hearing this record made Yi Chen's hair stand on end. He was almost 17 years old and was still at the early clasping Yuan realm. It would be almost impossible for him to catch up to her unless he had more special encounters than her. Thinking about this, Yi Chen became even more determined to go out and train. If he did not go out and train, he might not be able to become a life and death realm warrior in 500 years, not to mention catching up to Xian Ho. You should know that time waits for no one, especially when you're young. You have to seize every second of your time. You can't afford to waste even a single second. You should understand that it's the best time for young people to improve themselves. When you get older, your mentality will change and your progress will slow down, and you will no longer be able to maintain your peak condition. Since the ancient times, which one of the truly powerful warriors didn't climb up to where they were when they were still young? If you can't become a powerful warrior when you're young, then you will never be able to conquer the whole world and rule the whole true spirit continent. Yi Chen nodded. Senior Thunderfreer, I understand this. That's why I'm so eager to go out and train. I want to seize my own special encounters, or those that don't belong to me. Special encounters, special encounters. This is the most important thing to become a powerful warrior. Unfortunately, I didn't have any special encounters back then, so I will stop at the astral reaching realm for the rest of my life. After sighing, Thunderfreer said seriously, when you reach the mid or late clasping Yuan realm, you have to get a higher level martial art, the higher the better. Yi Chen knew what he was talking about, but he didn't quite understand the details, so he said, if the martial arts rank is too low, then the training speed will be slow. I wonder what rank your great thunder art is. Mid-rank Earth realm. There isn't a single high-rank Earth realm martial art in the whole Windy Nation. Even the Emerald Martial Palace's Great Mountain and Water art is only incomplete, not a high-rank Earth realm martial art. As for why I want you to get a higher level martial art, it's because when you reach the astral reaching realm, the training speed of a mid-rank Earth realm martial art is too slow. I spent a whole 10 years to reach the early astral reaching realm from the peak of late clasping Yuan realm. 10 years. How much time have I wasted in these 10 years? If I have a higher level martial art, I might be able to make further progress. Training a mid-rank Earth realm martial art would take 10 years to reach the astral reaching realm from the peak of late clasping Yuan realm. Yi Chen was a bit shocked, but he soon understood. Indeed, the 5 leaders of the Windy Nation had been stuck at the peak of late clasping Yuan realm for a couple of years now, and still hadn't had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The biggest reason seemed to be that their martial arts rank was too low and the Zhanyuan extraction speed was too slow. Chapter 172. Looking at the sky, Thunder Freer continued, I reached the peak-level late clasping Yuan realm when I was 46 and reached the astral reaching realm when I was 56. After that, I only managed to reach the peak-level early astral reaching realm from the early astral reaching realm. Without any surprises, the martial arts that are suitable for astral reaching realm warriors should be high-rank Earth realm or even top-rank Earth realm martial arts, while the ones suitable for Seas of Souls realm warriors should be heaven realm martial arts. If you can't even reach this basic requirement, you will be left behind by other warriors with the same level of talent. Yi Qin, you can give away everything except the martial arts. A good martial art can save you a lot of time. For example, if you have a high-rank Earth realm martial art, it would only take you 7 to 8 years to reach the astral reaching realm from the peak-level late clasping Yuan realm. If you have a top-rank Earth realm martial art, it would only take you 5 to 6 years, and a low-rank heaven realm martial art would take you 2 to 3 years. It will be the foundation for you to become a powerful warrior. When you give it to someone else, you are giving the opportunity to become a powerful warrior to them. You have to remember this. I know. Thank you, Senior Thunder Freer, for reminding me. Before, although Yi Qin knew about the effects of martial arts, he did not know much about them. Right now, after hearing Thunder Freer's words, he finally realized that there was a huge difference between having a high-level martial art and not having a high-level martial art. Taking one step forward, one step backward, one step further, one step further, one step further. All right. I have said everything I need to say. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Whether you can become a powerful warrior or not, no one can help you. Before you leave the Windy Nation, I will be watching you from above. You can take care of the small problems yourself. Thunder Freer appreciated Yi Qin, which was why he reminded him. If it were someone else, he would not have bothered to talk to him. Swoosh! Thunder Freer's body shone with a bright thunder light as he flew into the sky within a second. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Qin thought to himself, I am still far from enough. Passing through the Devil Grassland, what appeared in front of Yi Qin's eyes was a vast river, called the Wild Goose Falling River. This river was the natural border between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Thread Nation. It is said that even wild geese cannot fly across the Wild Goose Falling River. They will fall into the river midway. I wonder if that is true? Yi Qin frowned as information about the Wild Goose Falling River appeared in his mind. Once a martial artist reached the early clasping Yuan realm, he or she would be able to fly in the air, but it was not unlimited. Once he or she used up all of his Jin Qi, he or she would still have to find a foothold. Only late clasping Yuan realm martial artists would be able to fly for a long time. Apart from that, early clasping Yuan realm warriors could not fly very high, only around 1,000 meters. Mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors could fly up to 2,000 meters, and late clasping Yuan realm warriors could reach up to 3,000 meters. If one became an astral reaching realm warrior, he could even reach tens of thousands of meters in the air. With Yi Qin's cultivation, he could only fly to a height of 1,000 meters. He couldn't compare to the wild geese, so he probably couldn't fly over the Wild Goose Falling River. Let's try it out first. There were hardly any signs of human habitation here, and since he couldn't find a ferry, he could only rely on himself. Whoosh! Extending his body, Yi Qin flew above the river and flew into the distance. After flying for about 10 miles, the airflow in the surroundings suddenly became chaotic, forming swirls of airflow, which consumed Yi Qin's Jin Qi. After punching through the swirls of airflow, Yi Qin thought to himself, no wonder the wild geese couldn't fly over. The airflow above the Wild Goose Falling River was abnormal. Not to mention normal birds. Even ordinary flying demonic beasts would be exhausted by the airflow and fall from the sky. More and more swirls of airflow appeared. In the end, there were even tornadoes, waterspouts, and other natural phenomena. Many flying beasts that passed by fell into the river, and no one knew if they were still alive or not. Break! Boosted up his Zhenqi, Yi Chen punched out and shattered the waterspout that was coming towards him. The aftershock of the punch shook the surrounding space, and then everything went back to normal. I can't go on any longer. I've used up too much Zhenqi, and my Zhenqi is starting to get dirty. I have to go down. After throwing out this punch, the murky qi inside Yi Chen's body had increased dramatically, which was a sign that his Jin qi was in chaos. If he stayed in the air any longer, his Zhen qi would flow in reverse, which would hurt his meridians. After all, he was not a late clasping yuan realm martial artist yet, and could not stay in the air for a long time. During the flight, he had to use his Zhen qi to shatter the obstacles from time to time. His body floated down to the ground. Yi Chen touched his storage ring with his right hand and took out a waist-thick tree trunk. He then dropped it into the river. Splash! The tree trunk floated on the water, and Yi Chen stepped on it with his feet. He scanned the area with his soul power and found no danger. Yi Chen adjusted his breathing for a while, then activated his Jin Qi and formed a power source behind the tree trunk. A strong wind blew over, and the water on both sides of the river flowed backward quickly. When encountering a tornado or waterspout, Yi Chen only needed to punch out and solve the problem completely. When encountering a demonic beast under the water, he only needed to stomp on the ground, and his pure, mysterious Jin Qi would spread out, covering an area with a radius of tens of meters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rank 5 demonic beasts would be cut in half by his sword, and their blood dyed the surface of the river red. Fortunately, I have the pellets that can instantly replenish my Zhen Qi. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to cross the Wild Goose Falling River. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists were extremely fast. If they used their flying art, they could cover 2,000 to 3,000 miles in 2 hours. However, no clasping Yuan realm martial artists use their Zhen Qi every day, because the Zhen Qi of a clasping Yuan realm martial artist could not last for more than a couple of hours. Once their Zhen Qi ran out, it would not only hurt their bodies, but also put them in great danger. However, using the tree trunk to cross the Wild Goose Falling River would consume a lot more Jin Qi than using flying art. Because flying art was a skill, it could already save a lot of Jin Qi. However, forming the power source of Jin Qi behind the tree trunk did not require a lot of skill. Most of the Zhen Qi used was brute force. Besides, the resistance in the water was greater than that in the air, which increased the consumption of Jin Qi. Fortunately, Yi Chen had obtained a calabash of medicinal pellets from the Heavenly Dream ancient region, which contained hundreds of them. Normally, he would not be willing to use them when he was traveling, but at this moment it was understandable for him to use 1 or 2 of them. The Wild Goose Falling River was not an ocean, no matter how wide it was. It still had a bottom line. After traveling for about 700 to 800 miles, Yi Chen finally saw the other side of the river. Looking at the river bank and the towering mountains, which were also rarely seen by people, Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems that this part of the road I chose is a bit remote, and there are not many people around. That's good. I want to train myself anyway so I can go anywhere. I don't need to worry too much." Bang! The tree trunk hit the river bank, and Yi Chen jumped up into the air. Opening the map, Yi Chen pointed out the location of the mountains and said to himself, "There are 3 mountains on the other side of the Wild Goose Falling River, 2 small ones and 1 big one. If I am not mistaken, this mountain should be the biggest one, called the 5 Poison Mountain. It is about the same size as the Silent Hills. It is also thousands of miles wide. Most of the demonic beasts in this mountain are highly poisonous, and the 5 poison beasts are the most famous. The 5 poison beasts were snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and toads. These 5 poisons were the demonic beasts, and they were even more poisonous. Normal condensing reality, realm warriors, would definitely die if they touched them. Therefore, Yi Chen had to bring some high-level antidotes with him in case he was poisoned. Putting away the map, Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Fender Freer should have left already. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. No matter how dangerous it would be, he would have to survive. Only by surviving could he become a powerful warrior. In the future, he would be surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If he did not want to become one of them, then he would have to walk through it and reach the top step by step. His body flashed. Yi Chen headed towards the 5-poison mountain. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and a flying vampire bat was cut in half by Yi Chen's sword. Its corpse was as big as a wild dog with sharp fangs. The 5-poison mountain is indeed the 5-poison mountain. On the way here, more than 70% of the demonic beasts were poisonous. Putting the dragon's spring sword back into its sheath, Yi Chen put a miasma-dispelling pellet in his mouth. There were many places in the 5-poison mountain that were filled with miasma. It would be fine if the miasma was only for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, it would cause all kinds of symptoms, which would affect one's fighting power. Raising his feet, Yi Chen started walking towards the depths of the mountain. Inside a small valley, there was a muddy pond in the valley, and next to the pond was an empty, flat land. At this moment, a group of people had gathered on the flat land. In front of them was a house-sized, gigantic toad. The toad's body was colorful, and every single one of its tumors was as big as a wash basin. It was releasing a highly poisonous demonic qi, which was spreading everywhere. "Miss, you go, we'll stop it." The middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, nervously looked at the toad and said to the girl behind him. The girl's face was pale, but she shook her head firmly. "How can I abandon you and leave? After all, I was the one who came to the 5-poison mountain." Hearing this, the good-looking young man next to her said anxiously, "Miss, the 5-colored toad is a level 5 demonic beast. Its poisonous qi will kill anyone who touches it. You won't be able to help even if you stay here. Plus, the leader is still waiting for the Zen fragrance, grass, to save him. Zhengxian, you don't stay either. Take the young lady and go back together." The middle-aged man's face flashed with determination, and he ordered the young man to take the young lady away. "Dad!" The young man's face was full of pain. One was his father, and the other was the young lady he loved. He did not want to give up on either one. Shoo! Right then, the 5-colored toad attacked. Its 10-meter-long tongue curled up, and a guard was sucked into its mouth and swallowed. "Son of a bitch!" The middle-aged man held his blade with both of his hands and slashed. Chin! The blade qi barely broke through the 5-colored toad's defense. Streams of blood fell onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. All of a sudden, an unpleasant smell spread out. 2 guards who were standing close to the toad fell onto the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths, dead. The blood is poisonous as well. A human figure appeared above the entrance of the valley. He saw this scene and thought to himself, it was indeed Yi Chen. After a couple of hours of traveling, he had already passed through the edge of the 5-poison mountain. Luckily, he did not run into any powerful demonic beasts. The real powerful demonic beasts should be deep in the center of the mountain, and were not likely to come out. Shoo! The 5-colored toad's tongue was long and thin. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. This time, it had already pierced through the chests of 2 guards, and was heading towards the girl in the middle of the crowd. "Piss off!" The young man barely managed to raise his long sword horizontally in front of the girl, trying to cut off the toad's tongue. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compete with the toad's tongue. The long and thin tongue curled up and wrapped around his arm, dragging him towards the girl. The middle-aged man was a clasping Yuan realm warrior after all. Seeing that his son was entangled, he wanted to help. But just as he raised his long blade, a cloud of poisonous qi suddenly sprayed onto his body. Boom! The protective Zhen qi started to twist intensely, and the middle-aged man's body was blown away. Without the middle-aged man's help, the 2 guards who had been pierced through by the toad's tongue were dragged into the air along with the young man, falling towards the 5-colored toad's huge mouth. Shoo! The sword Qi flashed across, and the 5-colored toad's tongue was cut off. Chapter 173. The young man hurriedly stepped back. As for the 2 guards who had their chests pierced through, they were already dead, connected by the toad's broken tongue. Zhangxian, are you all right? Not far away, the middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood and rushed over. The young man shook his head, then looked up at the valley and said, "He saved me." The pretty girl's eyes shone brightly. The young man was only 16 or 17 years old, and he still looked a bit immature. However, the power of that sword move was indeed terrifying. He had easily cut off the toad's tongue, giving people a feeling that he had done it so easily. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." The middle-aged man was also shocked by Yi Chen's power, but he was still calm. He clearly knew that the outside world was a vast world, and that some of the most talented geniuses could be as powerful or even more powerful than the older generation. For example, Wei Dongxi, the head disciple of the Green Bamboo Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Thousand Thread Nation, could be counted as a great genius. Yi Chen's robe fluttered in the air. Within a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the crowd and said blandly, "It's nothing. Don't mention it." The pretty girl still said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, we would all have died here. Be careful." Before she finished her words, the pretty girl's expression changed. In her line of sight, the toad's eyes had turned blood red, and it spurted out a cloud of 5-colored beast chi towards Yi Chen. The beast chi swept across the entire area, withered all the plants in its path, and left a deep ditch on the ground. Yi Chen's senses were extremely sharp, and he was able to sense every single move of the toad. He tilted his body and swung the dragon spring sword, releasing a light blue stream of sword chi. Puff! The sword chi cut open the 5-colored beast chi and fiercely hacked on the toad's head. Gugga-guggo! The toad let out muffled screeches, and its house-sized body was sent flying backwards, creating a few large cracks on the valley wall, causing rocks to tumble down. Mountain condensing sword chi. This toad was much weaker than the black crowned serpent, but it had a great defensive power. A normal sword attack wouldn't be able to kill it. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he launched a small attack. Puff, puff, puff. The thick sword chi contained a great deal of power. It easily cut through the rainbow toad's ugly skin and pierced through, leaving a deep mark on the wall behind it. After suffering such a heavy blow, the 5-colored toad's body twitched violently. Then its body went limp and it stopped breathing. Clang! Putting the sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen reached out his hand and waved. The inner pellet of the 5-colored toad broke out of its chest and was sucked over. Amazing! The toad is dead. The 5-colored toad is equal to a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Martial artists at the same level as them would have to stay away from it. This person is even younger than my nephew. I didn't expect him to be able to kill the 5-colored toad with a single strike. The surviving guards were all mid or late condensing reality realm warriors. They had always heard about how powerful some of the geniuses were, but they had never seen them in person. Today they were all shocked. Yi Chen said, "Zhan," and Yi Zhan. Yi Chen shook his head. "I'm leaving soon. No need to tell me my name." He had saved the toad without much effort, so he didn't need to waste too much of his time. Since he could easily save the toad, why not? Putting away the toad's core, Yi Chen turned around and said, "Everyone be careful. I won't bother you anymore." Then he was about to leave. Cough! Cough! All of a sudden, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, which smelled horrible. His face turned colorful. Yi Chen frowned. "You've been poisoned." The middle-aged man activated his Jinqi and tried to suppress the poison. He forced a smile and said, "The toad's poisonous beast chi is way too powerful. It poisoned me through my protective Jinqi. Don't move. Let me try to detoxify you. Yi Chun flashed behind the middle-aged man, put his hands on the man's back, and poured his pure mysterious Jinqi into the man's body through the meridians in his arms. After a while, Yi Chun took back his hands, let out a breath of turbid air, and said, "The toad's poison is way too powerful. Jinqi alone won't be able to detoxify it. We have to make some detoxifying pellets. Luckily, he is not poisoned too much, so he won't be in danger for now." The pretty woman thought of something. Normally, when someone is poisoned by a highly poisonous beast, the detoxifying pellet must be made from the beast. This toad, the pretty woman looked at Yi Chun. The toad was killed by him, so he had the right to deal with it. She couldn't make a decision on her own. You guys do whatever you want. He didn't plan on taking the materials from the toad. After dissecting the materials from the toad, the group was ready to leave. Yi Chun saw that they were either injured or poisoned, and they didn't have much fighting power. They probably wouldn't be able to walk out of this dangerous 5-poison mountain. He said, helplessly, "Let me send you out." The pretty woman was grateful. She had a good impression of Yi Chun. On the way, Yi Chun learned about their names and situations. The pretty woman's name was Lin Qingmei. She was the daughter of the Lin family in Black Rock City, which was near the 5-poison mountain. The poisoned middle-aged man was called Lu Jingde. He was Lu Jingshuan's father and was also an elder of the Lin family. They entered the 5-poison mountain to collect a rare spiritual plant, Zen fragrance grass. However, the Zen fragrance grass was guarded by the toad, so they were almost wiped out. After leaving the 5-poison mountain, they walked for hundreds of miles towards the east. A city built with black rocks appeared in front of Yi Chun. It's about the same size as the Qingfeng city. It shouldn't be very powerful. Normally, the martial schools had their own mountains and were very powerful. The big families lived in bigger and more prosperous cities. For example, the Luo city where the Yi family lived was only second to the Forgotten City and the Gale City. The Black Rock City couldn't be compared to it. After entering the city, Yi Chun saw that the guards had strange expressions on their faces, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The Lin family was located in the southern area of the Black Rock City. Judging from the size and layout of the city, they could barely be counted as a medium-sized family. There was a huge gap between them and the big families. "Miss, you're back." The leader of the family asked us to go see him as soon as we saw you. Master Lu was poisoned? The housekeeper, who was standing in front of the gate, saw Lin Qingmei and the others. His eyes brightened, and he hurried over to greet them. However, when he saw Lu Jingde's condition, he couldn't help but yell out. Lin Qingmei forced a smile and said, "All right, I'll be right there." Inside a room in the small courtyard, Yi Chun sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a low-rank soul stone in each of his hands. He had his eyes closed and was training. The mysterious great art had 11 levels in total, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. Before reaching the 11th level, he had to try his best to step into the higher levels as soon as possible and increase his fighting power. Otherwise, if he encountered a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he would not have enough power. After an unknown period of time, crack! The low-rank soul stone in his hand shattered. Yi Chun opened his eyes. "I'm now at the peak of the 6th level. I guess I'll be able to reach the 7th level in a couple of days." Throwing away the broken low-rank soul stone, Yi Chun walked out of the bed. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire Lin family slightly shook, as if a small earthquake had happened. Someone is fighting? Without much hesitation, Yi Chun opened the door and rushed towards the source of the tremor. On the welcoming plaza of the Lin family, 2 groups of people were facing each other. The group of people in the welcoming hall were the powerful warriors of the Lin family, while on the other side were a group of people in yellow robes, led by a chubby middle-aged man and an elderly man in black robes. On the Lin family side, a man was lying on the ground while puking blood. He had obviously been wounded by someone, and the wound was quite serious. Hee, Lin Taimu, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. If you don't hand over the forging method of our Huang family's cold iron sword, I'll injure one of your Lin family's powerful warriors every day. Let's see how long you can last. The chubby middle-aged man said in a creepy tone while caressing the emerald ring on his finger. The master of the Lin family's face was pale and bloodless, as if he had been seriously wounded. He ordered someone to help the injured Lin family's powerful warrior up, then said in a cold voice, the forging method of the cold iron sword was passed down by the Lin family's ancestors. It has nothing to do with your Huang family. How can you claim that it was lost by your Huang family? The chubby middle-aged man said, my Huang family established itself in the Black Rock City much earlier than your Lin family. You're just an outsider. How can you have the forging method of the cold iron sword? Elder Lu, please teach him a lesson, so that he won't forget the pain of the past. The old man in black robe smiled evilly. Master of the Lin family, you were hit by my black killing palm half a month ago. How are you feeling now? Your meridians must be in great pain every day. Don't you dare! Lin Qingmei couldn't help but walk out from the crowd. Oh right, I forgot to tell you one thing. I'm interested in your daughter. Master of the Lin family, what do you think? A lustful look flashed across the old man's eyes. He reached out his hand, and a tremendous amount of Zhen Qi emerged from his palm, preparing to suck Lin Qingmei over. Qi! A sword Qi shot out, cutting off the old man's Zhen Qi. Who are you? The old man in black robes had a gloomy look on his face. Yi Chen walked to the plaza and said, You're disturbing me. The chubby middle-aged man thought that it was a powerful martial artist. But when he saw a teenager who looked no older than 16 or 17 walk out, he laughed and said, Lin Taimu, don't tell me that this is a powerful martial artist invited by your Lin family. Do you really think that he can stop Elder Lu? The old man in black robes said coldly, Little brat, if you dare to stop me, you will die today. When Lin Qingmei saw Yi Chen, a joyful look flashed across her face. But soon after, a worried look appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, Why did you come out? Yi Chen asked, Who are they? Lin Qingmei said, That hateful fatty is the master of the Huang family in the Black Rock City. He has been coveting the forging method of the cold iron sword of our Lin family. He didn't dare to touch our Lin family in the past. But recently he invited this powerful martial artist called Elder Lu, who injured my father. I came to the Five Poisons mountain range to collect some Zen herbs to treat my father's injury. Oh, Yi Chen nodded and didn't say another word. Lin Taimu, the master of the Lin family, asked, Qingmei, is this little brother the one who brought you out of the Five Poisons mountain range? Yes, father. Since he saved our lives, why don't you take him to rest? Lin Taimu could tell that Yi Chen was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, so he didn't want to get him involved in this. Lin Qingmei had a complicated look on her face. Yi Chen's power was obvious. He was as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, that Elder Lu was even more powerful. He had already reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Even her father had been injured by him. Deep down in her heart, she really hoped that Yi Chen could help them. However, this hope was too slim. After all, she had experienced how powerful Elder Lu was. Yi Chen couldn't possibly be a match for him. You want to leave? Not so easy. Die. The old man in black robes had a hideous look on his face as he threw a palm attack towards Yi Chen. A huge black palm swooshed across the air, letting out a shrill, heart-wrenching sound. Clang! Yi Chen unsheathed the dragon spring sword and waved it casually. Chapter 174. The bright, crystal-like sword Qi sliced through the air, sliced open the black palm print, and sliced towards the old man's neck. Not good. This sword Qi is very powerful. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a shield from his storage ring and placed it in front of him. Clang! A huge crack appeared on the half-foot-thick shield, and the bright sparks shot out 3 to 4 meters away like fireworks. The members of the Lin family were dumbfounded. A casual sword chi had forced the powerful Elder Lu to use his shield to block it. Furthermore, the shield was made of steel that had been tempered 100 times and was half a foot thick. Yet the sword chi had cut 4 inches deep into the shield, nearly splitting it into 2. Seeing Yi Chen waving his sword again, the old man hurriedly dropped the broken shield in his hand and jumped towards Lin Qingmei, who was the closest to him. He wanted to use her as a shield so that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to hurt her. Lin Qingmei was not powerful enough. She only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and the old man had already arrived in front of her. His withered hand reached towards her neck. Although the old man was fast, Yi Chen was even faster. He appeared right next to Lin Qingmei, leaving only a shadow behind him. The light blue sword light shone like a thunderbolt. The next moment, the old man was blown away, and his body was cut in half in the air. Elder Lu is dead! The leader of the Huang family, who had been smiling a moment ago, was now terrified. Swish! Yi Chen waved his left hand, and the storage ring on the old man's finger fell off and was sucked over. Without even looking at it, Yi Chen put it into his own storage ring. Then he turned his head and looked at the leader of the Huang family. The leader of the Huang family's face had turned pale. He forced a smile and said, "My family will leave right now. I promise we will never cause any trouble to the Lin family again." As for Elder Lu, he deserved it. During the half a month that he stayed in the Huang family, he had raped countless servant girls. Yi Chen didn't say anything. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. If he slaughtered the Huang family's people, others would think that he was a bloodthirsty person. Of course, if Lin Taimu wanted to eradicate the Huang family, Yi Chen wouldn't mind helping him by killing a few experts of the Huang family. Obviously, Lin Taimu didn't want to do that. He yelled, "Huang Jian, my Lin family and your Huang family have never interfered in each other's business, and we have no intention of competing with you for the Black Rock City's business. Now get lost. If you dare to bully us again in the future, I, Lin Taimu, will never forgive you." Yes, yes. Huang Jian's only thought now was to leave the Lin family. As for the future, he would think about it later. He was really afraid that Yi Chen would kill him in passing. After the people of the Huang family left, Yi Chen slightly shook his head. Lin Taimu was still not ruthless enough. Those who wanted to achieve great things had to be ruthless. They would kill those who deserved to be killed and never let go of any opportunity. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Not everyone wanted to achieve great things. Perhaps Lin Taimu only wanted to live a peaceful life in the Black Rock City. Furthermore, although Lin Taimu was injured, he was still much stronger than Huang Jian. Once he fully recovered, the Huang family wouldn't dare to bully them again in a short period of time. Little brother, thank you so much. I, Lin Taimu, will never be able to thank you enough. Lin Taimu cupped his hands towards Yi Chen. Not only had Lin Taimu saved his daughter's life, he had also helped the Lin family kill their biggest enemy, the black-clothed old man. Yi Chen said, "Don't mention it." It was almost evening. Lin Taimu had ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet for Yi Chen. During the banquet, Lin Qingmei had drunk a lot of wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze fell on Yi Chen from time to time. As for that young man named Lu Zhengxian, he looked sad. "Zhengxian, don't worry. He doesn't belong to the same world as us. He will leave sooner or later." Lu Jingde sat beside Lu Zhengxian and comforted him. Lu Zhengxian nodded bitterly. He was now a late condensing reality realm martial artist. As long as he worked hard, he could easily become a clasping yuan realm martial artist. However, compared to Yi Chen, he was still far behind. Fortunately, he knew that the outside world was huge and there were countless geniuses out there. Not everyone could compete with them. All he wanted to do was to become a powerful martial artist in the Black Rock City. The next day, Early in the morning, Yi Chen bid farewell to the Lin family members, then left the Black Rock City. In a small forest, a bonfire was flickering. I have reached the 7th level of the mysterious great art. The quality of my Jin Qi has increased by 30%, and the total amount of my Jin Qi has also increased by 10%. Sitting beside the bonfire with his legs crossed, Yi Chen threw a punch towards a gigantic tree in the distance. Crack! The tree was snapped in half, and the top half was sent flying dozens of meters away. It had been 3 days since Yi Chen left the Black Rock City. During this time, Yi Chen would spend 4 to 6 hours training the mysterious great art every day. Tonight, he had finally made a breakthrough. Oh, right. I haven't checked the old man's storage ring yet. Since he had some free time, Yi Chen took out the old man's storage ring. After removing the remaining Jin Qi from the old man's body, Yi Chen saw the space inside the ring. Although the old man was a peak-level, mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist, he did not have a lot of money. He only had around 1,000 low-rank soul stones and 500,000 gold. However, there were a lot of strange things in the ring. There were stones that emitted black qi, skulls made of beautiful jade, and a broken map. Skipping over the first few items, Yi Chen took out the broken map. Yi Chen opened the map and found that it was only the size of a palm. It was grayish-yellow in color, and there were routes, rivers, mountains, and woods drawn on it with special pigments. On the edge of the map, there was a red dot, which was very eye-catching. I can't tell where the mountains and the woods are, but this river is obviously the Wild Goose Falling River. The Wild Goose Falling River is one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shore region. The river I just passed through was only a small part of it. The end of this river is in the north of the Gray Mystery Nation, and that's where the red dot is. I wonder what this red dot represents. Yi Chen was lost in his thoughts. He thought that it was just an ordinary map fragment, but now he realized that it might not be the case. After all, the animal skin that the map was made of looked quite ancient. I'm here to train myself, so it doesn't matter where I go. I might be able to find something. However, this Gray Mystery Nation is not one of the 9 nations, and it's over 500,000 miles away from the Thousand Silk Nation. It will take me a long time to get to the red dot. Waking up from his thoughts, Yi Chen made up his mind to go to the red dot. 3 days later, Yi Chen arrived at the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River again. If the Wild Goose Falling River between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Silk Nation was the downstream part, then the Wild Goose Falling River here belonged to the upper part. On the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River was a prosperous port city called the Riverside City, which had a population of over 5 million. Huge ships were docked at the port, transporting goods to the shore. Young warrior, the ocean beast, is about to leave. Please wait for it. Someone came to report to Yi Chen from the shore. Yi Chen nodded and responded, "All right." The ocean beast was a huge, shuttle-shaped ship, over 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. It was entirely made from the top-grade iron-heavy wood, and even ordinary clasping yuan realm martial artists might not be able to leave a dent on it. The ocean beast was extremely sturdy and reliable, and was one of the biggest guarantees for passing through the Wild Goose Falling River. But of course, with the current technology of the Riverside City, such a huge ship couldn't be built yet. This ship was custom-made from the Black Dragon Empire, one of the 3 largest empires in the South Shore region. No one knew how much gold it cost. At least, with the current wealth of Yi Chen, he couldn't even afford 1% of this ship. There weren't too many people on the ship, only around 30 to 40 people. Half of them were rich people, 2/3 were nobles, and the rest were martial artists. The Zhen Qi vibration released from these 7 to 8 martial artists was extremely strong, and they were all clasping yuan realm martial artists. One of them was even a late clasping yuan realm martial artist. When he blinked his eyes, a sharp light could be seen, which was as sharp as a knife. Seeing that Yi Chen was so young, these people all had different looks on their faces. A big-bellied, rich man laughed out loud and said, "Young man, did you steal money from your family and prepare to leave your family? But your family is quite rich. We have to pay 100,000 taels of gold to board this ship. Ordinary people can't afford it." Those martial artists silently cursed him for being an idiot. Although Yi Chen's Zhen Qi vibration was slightly weaker than theirs, he was clearly a clasping yuan realm martial artist. How could a clasping yuan realm martial artist be so poor? It was absolutely impossible for him to steal money from his family to leave his family. Yi Chen gave a faint smile, but didn't say anything. "All right, people, the ocean beast is about to depart. I hope you can behave yourselves on the way, and don't cause us any trouble." The cabin door was opened, and a middle-aged man walked in with two of his subordinates and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Who dares to cause trouble on the ocean beast? They must be tired of living." Indeed, the ocean beast belongs to the South Chamber of Commerce. The South Chamber of Commerce is one of the two largest chambers of commerce in the South Shore region. They have countless powerful martial artists and are even more powerful than rank 7 institutions. Hearing these people's discussions, Yi Chen slightly knitted his eyebrows. The sense of power released from this middle-aged man was no weaker than that of the patriarch of the South Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was a peak-level late clasping yuan realm martial artist, and the two subordinates behind him were also mid-clasping yuan realm martial artists. Added with the other powerful martial artists of the South Chamber of Commerce, the South Chamber of Commerce was more than powerful. Clatter! A noise came from below the deck. The ship was about to depart. In the Huang family in the Black Rock City. "You said that old Lu was killed, but where is the killer?" Two young men were looking down at the Huang family's leader. The one on the left was wearing a black robe and had a gloomy face, while the other one was wearing a cyan robe and had a cold look. The Zhen Qi vibrations released from their bodies were even more powerful than Yi Chen's. They were at least peak-level, early clasping yuan realm martial artists. The Huang family's leader wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I don't know, he left the next day. Why don't you go ask the Lin family's people? They are quite close to that kid." Bang! The young man in cyan robe gave the Huang family's leader a heavy kick, making him vomit blood, then sneered and said, "You want to use me as a weapon? You don't deserve it." After leaving the Huang family, the young man in black robe said, "That kid is only 16 or 17 years old, but he has the power to defeat old Lu, who is at the peak level mid-clasping yuan realm. It seems that we can't underestimate him." The young man in cyan robe sneered and said, "Both of us are ranked in the top 45 in the Hidden Dragon ranking. That old Lu is nothing but a piece of cake for us. What should we do now?" "Don't worry, I've seen that map in a stall, but I didn't pay much attention to it. When I got back, old Lu had already bought it. Fortunately, I've memorized the location of the red that it's roughly at the end of the Wild Goose Falling River. As for the specific location, we'll know when we get there." That's great. If nothing goes wrong, the location of the red dot must be a historical site. If we can find 1 or 2 high-level martial arts, we'll have more hope for the Hidden Dragon ranking competition the year after next. Chapter 175. The speed of the ocean beast was unbelievably fast. Within only 1 day and 1 night, it had already left River City and appeared over 10,000 miles away. This kind of speed was almost twice as fast as that of the half-spirit horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, as fast as a bolt of lightning. Only a large river like the Wild Goose Falling River could allow the ocean beast to move so fast. If it were a small river, the ocean beast would have been destroyed long ago. Perhaps the ocean beast was afraid that the strong wind might blow the passengers away if the ocean beast moved too fast. Therefore, the ocean beast was in the shape of a shuttle. 2 arc-shaped planks extended from the front of the ship, covering a small half of the ship's head. The strong wind that came from the front of the ship was pushed away along the planks and couldn't reach the deck. Creak! Pushing the cabin door open, Yi Chen saw the sharp bow of the ship cut a tornado in half, then swiftly swoosh through it. Yi Chen was secretly shocked by the power of the tornado. The ocean beast is indeed an invention of the puppet school. Such a small ship has so many incredible things. Beside Yi Chen, the middle-aged man with a curly beard leaned against the cabin wall and praised. "Is this ship also an invention of the puppet school?" asked Yi Chen confusedly. Speaking of which, he had seen many inventions of the puppet school, such as wooden puppets and crow puppets. Even he, who was a soul traveler, couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The royal family of the Black Dragon Empire once discovered the remains of a branch of the puppet school and mastered many inventions. The ocean beast is one of them. It's said that the South Chamber of Commerce bought 5 ocean beasts from the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire, each of which is worth over 500 million gold. Apart from that, the South Chamber of Commerce has to pay a huge amount of spirit stones to the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire every year, which is equivalent to renting the ships. The middle-aged man with a curly beard looked ordinary and was wearing a gray robe. He was about 40 or 50 years old. Yi Chen was shocked. They paid 500 million gold, and they still have to pay spirit stones every year? That's too harsh. The bearded middle-aged man grinned and said, "After 10 years, we won't need to pay spirit stones anymore. Besides, just think about it. Every time this ocean beast carries a batch of customers, it can earn millions of gold. 10 batches of customers a year means tens of millions of gold, and this is only a small number. Not to mention, this ocean beast is not only used to carry people, but also to help the Chamber of Commerce transport goods. Otherwise, which ship can make a round trip of hundreds of thousands of miles?" Yi Chen thought for a while and agreed with Yi Chen. The South Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce, and the most important thing for the South Chamber of Commerce was to do business. Now that they had ocean beasts, it would be much more convenient for them to transport goods, which would save them a lot of time and manpower. The two of them had only met for a day, and after chatting for a while, they fell silent. Standing next to the railing on the edge of the deck, Yi Chen could see that there was a thin layer of air 3 feet away from him. That was because the ship was traveling at such a high speed that the wind was compressed into a solid airflow. If a mortal realm warrior took a step forward, he or she would definitely be blown away by the thin layer of air. Even a condensing reality realm warrior would have to use all of his or her power to resist this airflow. Through the thin layer of air, Yi Chen could see the boundless river water. As one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shore region, the Wild Goose Falling River was 650,000 miles long. Its main river ran through the Windy Nation, the Thousand Thread Nation, the Gray Mystery Nation, and the other 8 nations, and its tributaries were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of tributaries. The Wild Goose Falling River was huge, but it was still the smallest of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shore region. The largest river was the Vermilion Bird River. The Vermilion Bird River not only ran through a big half of the South Shore region, but also extended to other regions, such as the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region. Even the Wild Goose Falling River could be counted as a tributary of the Vermilion Bird River. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how vast the Vermilion Bird River was. It was countless times larger than the ocean in the world where Yi Chen came from. One day, when I am able to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers and climb to the top of the martial artists, I wonder what it would be like. Facing the vast Wild Goose Falling River, Yi Chen's heart was filled with ambition. He clenched his fists tightly. "Everyone, it's time for dinner. Come on in." The cabin door was opened, and a member of the South Chamber of Commerce informed everyone on the deck. "All right, I'm almost hungry. The food on the Ocean Beast is quite good. I wonder what's going to be this time." Hearing everyone's words, Yi Chen grinned and followed them into the cabin. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Chen went back to his own room. The Ocean Beast had 4 floors. The bottom floor was for storing goods, the second floor was for the members of the South Chamber of Commerce, and the 3rd and 4th floors were for powerful martial artists and passengers of the South Chamber of Commerce. Yi Chen's room was the fifth one on the fourth floor, which was quite spacious, about 20 to 30 square meters. Sitting on his bed with his legs crossed, Yi Chen began his daily cultivation. Soon, 10 days had passed. The ocean beast had crossed a few countries and finally arrived in the territory of the Jiayang country. From here on, all kinds of powerful martial artists will show up frequently. You'd better be careful, don't provoke them. The captain of the ocean beast, who was a peak-level late clasping yuan realm martial artist, walked onto the deck and reminded everyone. A noble young man, who was protected by 4 clasping yuan realm martial artists, grinned and said, "Captain Su, you're a peak-level late clasping yuan realm martial artist, and one of the powerful martial artists of the South Chamber of Commerce. You must be very knowledgeable. Can you tell us about the abilities of powerful martial artists? We have nothing to do anyway." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. This young man was the third prince of the Thousand-Thread country, named Zhao Kong. He liked to make friends with powerful martial artists from all over the world, and had many powerful martial artists on his side. But, of course, in the eyes of the South Chamber of Commerce, those powerful martial artists were nothing special, and were only slightly famous in the Thousand-Thread country. Since Prince Zhao is in such a good mood, I'd like to introduce myself. He often visited the Thousand-Thread country, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to build a good relationship with Zhao Kong. After all, some things couldn't be easily solved by powerful forces. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many complicated forces in the world. Hearing Zhao Kong, the others moved a bit closer to him, their faces filled with interest. There is nothing much to say about clasping yuan realm martial artists. They can't be counted as powerful martial artists. Only those above the clasping yuan realm can be considered as powerful. As we all know, when a clasping yuan realm martial artist Xinqi has been refined into Zhenyuan, he or she would be considered to have just stepped into the astral reaching realm and would have the power to fly into the sky. But very few people know about the other abilities of astral reaching realm martial artists. Now, I will tell you about them. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man continued, "The first ability of astral reaching realm warriors is the Zhen Yuan transformation ability. Different from Zhen Qi transformation, Zhen Yuan transformation is more powerful and sturdier. For example, if an astral reaching realm warrior who uses a sword loses his sword, he can create a Zhen Yuan sword, which is only weaker than a low-rank great weapon, but way more powerful than normal weapons. Of course, it can also transform into other things, such as blades, spears, sticks, or anything else that can be imitated. I will not waste time on this. The second ability of an astral reaching realm warrior is to create a Zhen Yuan fire by rubbing their Zhen Yuan together. With the Zhen Yuan fire, they can easily melt some hard metals and make them into weapons. Don't underestimate this ability. Although not many people know how to make great weapons, but after some rare metals are made into weapons, their hardness will be quite impressive and they will be extremely hard to destroy. If you don't use it yourself, you can give it to your family, friends, or juniors. Besides this, the most important use of the Zhen Yuan fire is to burn Jin Yuan and explode with the most powerful attack. However, the side effects are also quite severe. If it is light, your body will be wounded, and it will take a long time to recover. If it is too intense, you might burn yourself into ashes. So scary. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Chen was a bit far away from the middle-aged man, but he had heard everything clearly. He thought to himself, burning Jin Yuan? It seems to be similar to the burning fire sacrifice spell from the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, the burning fire sacrifice spell burns internal qi or Jin qi, while the Zhen Yuan fire burns Zhen Yuan. The difference between the two is too huge, and the power is also incomparable. In this case, the battles between astral-reaching realm martial artists should be more unpredictable. The slightly more powerful ones might not be able to win against the slightly weaker ones. Once the opponent decided to risk his life and burn his Zhen Yuan crazily, the result might be mutual destruction. No wonder astral-reaching realm martial artists can be called powerful ones. Not only is their power horrifying, but more importantly, they have too many ways to increase their power. Without an overwhelming advantage, they would not easily fight against each other. For example, Thunderfreer was not afraid of the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School, who was more powerful than him. Hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was aroused as well. The middle-aged man continued, "Depending on the nature of the Zhenyuan, the burning of Zhenyuan can be different. For example, powerful martial artists who cultivate fire Zhenyuan can burn their Zhenyuan more easily, while powerful martial artists who cultivate water Zhenyuan can burn their Zhenyuan more easily. However, the side effect of burning Zhenyuan is much smaller, and the recovery speed is also faster. Each has its own advantages, and there is no absolute advantage or disadvantage." The middle-aged man suddenly stopped talking and looked towards the back of the ocean beast. Seeing the strange look on the middle-aged man's face, the others also looked away. "It's an astral-reaching realm martial artist. He has wings on his back." Yi Chen was the first one to notice the strange look on the middle-aged man's face. The ocean beast was moving at a high speed. It could move 70 to 80 meters within a blink of an eye. However, 10 miles away from the back of the ship, a silhouette was flying over at an even higher speed. Wherever the silhouette reached, tornadoes would be dispelled and chaotic airflows would be pushed away. Because of the low altitude of the ocean beast, the waves on the Wild Goose Falling River were surging violently. A hundreds of meters long gully was created on the river, and the water was pushed to both sides. However, this wasn't enough to surprise the others. What surprised them was that the silhouette had a huge pair of black wings on his back. The wingspan of the wings was 20 to 30 meters long, and the pair of wings seemed to cover the entire sky. Swoosh! When the silhouette was less than a mile away from the ocean beast, the pair of black wings flapped and instantly appeared on the prow of the ship. The tremendous wind force generated by the silhouette made the ocean beast sway ceaselessly, as if it was going to fall over. "Senior Crow Man, I am Su Chongjin, one of the deacons of the South Chamber of Commerce." The middle-aged man bowed, cupped his hands, and said politely. When the silhouette landed on the prow of the ship, the others finally saw the silhouette's face clearly. It was a scrawny middle-aged man wearing a black robe. Behind his back, a pair of seemingly real and fake black wings folded up, then merged with his body. From the outside, not even a trace of the pair of wings could be seen. The scrawny middle-aged man laughed and said, "I've been flying for hundreds of thousands of miles. I'm a bit tired. Can you take a rest on the ocean beast of the South Chamber of Commerce?" "Senior, you must be joking. It's my honor." "Haha, that's great." Chapter 176. Now that there was an astral-reaching realm warrior on the ship, no one dared to say a word, as they were afraid that they might annoy him. Some of the more timid ones even hid in the cabin. Seeing this, the Black Crow Taoist smiled and said, "You guys talk, I won't eat you." "The Black Crow Man is one of my most respected seniors. No need to be afraid." Su Chongjin heard him and laughed as well. Hearing Su Chongjin's words, everyone relaxed a little bit, but they still did not dare to talk too loudly. They just talked in a low voice. "This is the first time I have seen an astral-reaching realm warrior. I wonder where this Black Crow Man is from. Even Captain Su Chongjin is so respectful to him. He must be extremely powerful. The chi coming from the Black Crow Man is way too powerful, as unpredictable as this Wild Goose Falling River. Compared to him, the powerful warriors in my family are just ordinary people." Exactly, the higher the level of a warrior, the bigger the gap between each level. I heard that an astral-reaching realm warrior could kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior with a flick of his finger. Yi Chen took a quick glance at the Black Crow Taoist, then turned his eyes back. He thought to himself, he is indeed very powerful. His Zhen Yuan vibration is as vast as a river, immeasurably deep. What's different from clasping yuan realm martial artists is that the Zhen yuan vibration of astral reaching realm martial artists spreads out in the form of a whirlpool, which gives people a feeling that they can crush a diamond. However, comparing the two, the Black Crow Taoist is at least 30% more powerful than the Thunder Freer. Living in the Windy Nation. How could I meet so many powerful warriors? First it was Thunder Freer, now it's the Black Crow Man. All of them are powerful warriors that most of the warriors can only look up to. Standing on the bow of the ship, the Black Crow Man did not move at all. He suddenly turned around and said to Su Changjian, "Do you have any wine? Give me a pot." "Sir, please wait here." Su Changjian entered the cabin and looked for the wine for the Black Crow Man. Soon, Su Changjian walked out. He smiled and threw the wine bottle to the Black Crow Man. "Sir, this is the famous pear blossom wine of our South Chamber of Commerce." Uncorking the bottle, the Black Crow Man poured the wine into his mouth without caring about anything else, then murmured, "Great wine, fragrant and mellow. I might need to buy hundreds of bottles from your South Chamber of Commerce in the future." "Hee, sir, if you want to buy it yourself, our South Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you a discount." The ocean beast headed north for another 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Gradually, the Wild Goose Falling River became narrower. Before, it was 400 to 500 miles wide, even 700 to 800 miles wide, but now it was only 100 to 200 miles wide. Standing on the deck of the Ocean Beast, one could already see numerous towering mountains and numerous port cities along the banks of the Wild Goose Falling River. The Crow Taoist threw the empty bottle in his hand into the river, looked to the right and laughed. "I haven't seen you for 10 years. Today, I can finally have a good fight." As if it was responding to the voice of the Crow Taoist, on the right side of the shore about 100 miles away, a mountain peak that was thousands of feet high suddenly released a towering fiery light. The fiery light was as red as the sun, and even the color of the nearby river had changed. It was a sea of sparkling orange. "Haha, I'm going." The Black Crow Taoist greeted Su Changjian, and a pair of huge black wings stretched out from his back. With a flap of the wings, his body soared into the sky and shot towards the direction of the fiery light. On the way, his body was surrounded by a black airflow that looked like a dark cloud. It was powerful and oppressive. "Senior, take care." Su Changjian's voice was heard. Yi Qin squinted his eyes. He saw a vague human figure standing in the middle of the fiery light. Seriously speaking, this human figure was not something that he could see. It was just that the aura of the opponent was way too powerful, and was captured by Yi Chen's soul power, which automatically formed shadow. It was just like a blind man who had familiarized himself with a certain environment over a long period of time. Another astral-reaching realm warrior. Yi Chen slowly let out a breath of hot air. "Captain Su, are the wings of the Black Crow Taoist the Zhenyuan that you mentioned?" After the Black Crow Taoist had left, the pressure on the crowd had disappeared, so someone could not help but ask. Su Changjian laughed. The Zhenyuan transformation is indeed one of the abilities of the astral-reaching realm warriors, but unless they have no other choice, very few people would use it. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. With the power of a clasping Yuan realm warrior, all of them can transform their Jin Qi. However, compared to a warrior who can transform his Jin Qi using a martial skill, which one is more powerful? Of course, a warrior who can transform his Jin Qi using a martial skill is more powerful. Directly transforming his Jin Qi into a physical form is no different from a normal attack. It is just a bit more flashy. Indeed, it is the same for astral-reaching realm warriors. The wings of the Black Crow Taoist are actually a martial art called the Great Black Crow Art. It is much more powerful than the normal Zhan Yuan transformation. Not only can it increase the speed, it can also increase the speed of the Zhan Yuan circulation. It is one of the most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Flying Devil Martial School? Is it the rank 6 martial school of the Black Dragon Empire? The Black Crow Taoist is a powerful warrior from the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. I see. None of them were stupid. With just a little reminder, they immediately knew about the background of the Black Crow Taoist priest. All of them were dumbfounded. In their eyes, a grade 6 martial institution was definitely a colossus. If a grade 9 to grade 7 martial institution was considered a big martial institution, then a grade 6 martial institution could be considered as a super martial institution. They could easily destroy a small country or a big martial institution. Boom! In everyone's sight, that mountain that had exploded with a fiery light suddenly shattered into pieces and collapsed. The shock wave turned into a solid substance, spreading out in all directions. The Black Crow Taoist is fighting against someone, shattering a mountain with a single move. That's so powerful. Yi Qin was trying to simulate the fight with his soul power, but the fight between the Black Crow Taoist and that person was way too fast. Within a single moment, hundreds of moves had already been launched, and Yi Qin didn't have enough time to react. If he tried to simulate the fight by force, he would only end up with nothing but chaos. The ocean beast didn't slow down at all. Within half an hour, it had already moved over 500 miles, leaving that shattered mountain far behind, until the ocean beast couldn't see anything anymore. 10 days later, the Wild Goose Falling River narrowed again, from over 100 miles to 50 miles. Early morning, Yi Qin pushed open the cabin door, walked out, and took a deep breath of fresh air. After 20 days of hard training, my great mystery art has broken into the 8th level. The quality of my Zhen Qi has already surpassed the Zhen Qi cultivated with low-rank earth realm martial arts. But the quantity is still a bit lower. Yi Chen hadn't practiced any low-rank earth realm martial arts, but he had seen some early clasping yuan realm martial artists who had practiced low-rank earth realm martial arts. Comparing them with the 8th level of the Great Mystery Art, Yi Qin could easily figure out how powerful the 8th level of the Great Mystery Art was. Gazing into the distance, Ji Hao saw 2 straight canyons, faintly visible. In the afternoon, people went to the deck to sunbathe. Su Changjian pointed at the front and said, "About 300 to 400 miles away, we'll see the most famous natural moat gorge on the Wild Goose Falling River." Natural moat gorge, the one that was split into 2 by someone. The bearded middle-aged man couldn't help but change his expression. Split into 2 by someone? Yi Qin was shocked. From 300 to 400 miles away, he could already tell that the natural moat gorge was enormous and tall, at least 10 times larger than the Windy Mountain where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. Who was able to split it into 2? That kind of power was way too terrifying. Su Changjian said, 500 years ago, the natural moat gorge wasn't a gorge, nor was it called the natural moat gorge. Instead, it was called the Sky Pillar Mountain, standing on the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River. It was 18,000 meters high and occupied thousands of miles in radius. One day, 2 life and death realm warriors were battling there. One of them, who was called the Battle King, threw out a sword attack and directly cut the Sky Pillar Mountain in half. Half of the mountain was forcibly moved to the center of the Wild Goose Falling River, forming a huge valley that was more than 10 kilometers wide. It also created a new branch, which is the current natural Moat Valley waterway, which is thousands of miles long. A fight between 2 life and death realm martial artists and the Battle King split the Sky Pillar Mountain into 2 with a single sword move. Yi Qin gasped in shock. As the ocean beast approached, people finally saw the natural moat gorge. This gorge was 17,000 to 18,000 meters high and was divided into 2 parts. The periphery of both parts of the gorge was steep, like the silhouettes of mountains, while the inside part of the gorge was perfectly straight. As Su Changjian said, the 2 parts of the gorge were cut into 2 by someone with a sword, thus forming a perfectly straight inner part of the gorge. The height of the 2 parts of the gorge was equal, and the inner part of the gorge was perfectly straight. We can't go into the natural moat gorge. Let's go through the main road on the side. Every time they passed by this place, Su Changjian would remind the members of the Chamber of Commerce, and this time was no exception. "Don't worry, Deacon, we don't want to die yet." The member of the Chamber of Commerce, who was controlling the direction of the ocean beast, smiled. This time, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "What's so special about this gorge? Why can't we go through it?" Su Changjian rubbed his own chin and responded, "You'll know soon." The long waterway flashed across, and two waterways appeared in front of the ocean beast. One led to the natural moat gorge, while the other led to the main road of the Wild Goose Falling River. The ocean beasts were already very, very close to the natural moat gorge. Compared to the natural moat gorge, the ocean beasts were even smaller than ants. The strong contrast between the ocean beasts and the natural moat gorge made all the people on the ship fall into a trance and feel a subtle fear. Buzz! All of a sudden, without any reason, a terrifyingly sharp sense of power spread over from the natural moat gorge and shrouded the ocean beast. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Puff! Unexpectedly, Yi Chen was even weaker than those rich people who only knew a little bit about martial arts. He opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the deck. Su Changjian glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. But why couldn't he withstand the sense of power released from the natural moat gorge? This had never happened before. Not to mention that this place was still a short distance away from the natural moat gorge, so the sense of power released from the natural moat gorge wasn't that great. After being surprised for a while, Jiha stopped worrying about it and said, "The reason why we can't go through the natural moat gorge is that back then, when the Battle King split the Sky Pillar Mountain open, the remaining sword intent still lingered in the natural moat gorge for 500 years. If we go into the natural moat gorge rashly, our souls would definitely be crushed by that terrifying sword intent, and we would be dead for sure." It's said that some astral-reaching realm martial artists have gone into the natural moat gorge, but since then no one has ever seen them, and they are most likely dead. Chapter 177. The sword intent that hasn't dissipated for 500 years. Just now, when the fierce aura spread out, Yi Chen immediately knew that it was the sword intent. After all, he had almost reached the entry level of the sword intent, so he knew more about it than the others. Because of this, when the two sword intents confronted each other, Yi Chen's sword intent was suddenly shattered, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Hearing Su Changjian say that this was the remaining sword intent of the Battle King from 500 years ago, Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. After 500 years, this sword intent hadn't dissipated yet, which meant that it was definitely not only the entry-level sword intent, but something even higher than the entry-level sword intent. As for what kind of sword intent surpassed the entry-level sword intent, Yi Chen didn't know. Life and death realm warriors are indeed powerful. If the sword intent of the natural moat gorge was at its peak, who could possibly block it? Perhaps only life and death realm warriors could. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chen sighed slightly. He didn't know what to feel. A strange look appeared on Yi Chen's face. The broken sword, which had been staying quietly in the storage ring, suddenly started shaking slightly, as if something was attracting it. Ding! Dang! Dang! The broken sword was divided into two parts. One was the upper part, and the other was the hilt and the lower part of the sword. Now, the two parts, which were originally one, were rushing up at an extremely high speed, bumping against the space wall of the storage ring and letting out clear metal clangs. Yi Chen thought of a possibility. The broken sword might be the Battle King's sword, or it might have something to do with the natural moat gorge. Back in the Northwest auction, he remembered that the auctioneer had said that this broken sword had a history of 500 years, and 500 years ago, the Battle King had fought against a life and death realm warrior. This is unbelievable. This broken sword is probably the Battle King's sword, and now it's being summoned by the sword intent, trying to rush out of the storage ring. Yi Chen wasn't worried that the broken sword would run away. The space wall of the storage ring was very solid, and a broken sword which had already lost its spirit couldn't possibly break through the space wall, unless it had the power to break the space. The ocean beast flew past the natural moat gorge. When it was the closest to the natural moat gorge, the frequency of the broken sword clashing against the space wall abruptly increased. Within a single moment, it had clashed against the space wall for at least tens of hundreds of times, letting out waves of raging fire sparks that even melted some low-grade spirit stones that were standing close to it. However, this was only temporary. As the ocean beast moved further away from the natural moat gorge, the frequency of the broken sword's attacks gradually decreased, and eventually quieted down completely, lying quietly in the storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen thought to himself, I don't have the strength to enter the natural moat gorge right now. Once I'm strong enough, I might be able to go in and take a look. I'll see if the broken sword is really the warlord's sword. Also, the only broken part of the sword might be in there. The final destination of the ocean beast was the Three River City, the largest port city in the spirit-reaching country. Sanjiang City Port. There were people coming and going at the pier, and there were all kinds of ships docked at the riverside. There were cargo ships, passenger ships, and even warships. There were no less than 100 of them, densely packed together. People, the Three River City is one of the branches of the South Chamber of Commerce. This is the final destination. Please get off the ship. The ocean beast docked at the pier, and Su Changjian stood on the deck and said to the crowd, I'm going to the Elephant Mountain Nation. It seems that I'll have to take a ship. I'm going to the Gray Mystery Nation, but it's a bit far. I'll rest in the Three River City for a couple of days first. Only a few of them had agreed to go to the spirit-reaching city at the beginning. The others only boarded the ship because the ocean beast was fast. Otherwise, they would have taken other routes, which would have been much shorter. After getting off the ship, Yi Chen didn't start his journey right away. There were still 200,000 to 300,000 miles to go from here to the Gray Mystery Nation, so he didn't have to rush. The Three River City was very prosperous, but also very crowded. Walking on the street, Yi Chen glanced over and saw a huge crowd of people everywhere. My dear guest, I'm sorry, our restaurant is full. Would you like to try other restaurants? My dear guest, our restaurant is full as well. Other restaurants might have some vacant rooms. I'm really sorry, my dear guest. To be honest with you, all the restaurants in the outer city of the Three River City are full every day. I'm afraid that only the inner city can have vacant rooms. After walking into 7 or 8 restaurants in a row, Yi Chen found that all of them were full. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The population density of the Three River City was indeed amazing. But of course, from this, one could tell how prosperous the Three River City was. I'd better go to the inner city. Famous big cities usually had inner cities, such as Luo City, where the Yi family was located, the Happy City, where the Northwest Auction House was located, and the Gale City, which was located on the Great Devil Grassland. All of these cities had an inner city, and normally only people with high social status or great wealth could live in the inner city. After paying the expensive entrance fee, Yi Chen walked into the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the streets in the inner city were wider, but the population density was much lower. At least, people didn't have to rub shoulders with each other. Yi Chen, it's you. A familiar voice came from behind him. Yi Chen turned around, saw the face of the man, then grinned and said, Lin Yu, long time no see. Why are you also in the Three River City? The man who had called Yi Chen's name was Lin Yu, the head disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, a rank 7 institution in the Elephant Mountain Nation. Back in the tomb of the Heaven Dream ancient region, he and Yi Chen and Lung Wuqing had fought against martial zombies together. Lin Yu laughed and said, Should I ask you? The Elephant Mountain Nation is not far from the Spirit-Speaking Nation, but your Windy Nation is quite far from here. I came out to gain some experience. Gain experience? Good idea. But the leader thinks that I'm not powerful enough and wants me to gain more experience. Lin Yu showed an envious look. Yi Qin smiled. He could understand the leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He had spent a lot of effort to raise a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, and he couldn't let him die before he matured. I'm planning to stay in the Three River City for a couple of days. What about you? I'm here for a party. Why don't you come as well? No matter what, you're the most powerful young martial artist among the 9 nations. You're qualified to join this party. Yi Qin was confused. What party? It's held by a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist from the spirit-speaking nation. The invited guests are all hidden dragon-ranked martial artists from the few neighboring countries, and the Elephant Mountain Nation is right next to the spirit-speaking nation. I think I'm not going. They didn't invite me. It's not appropriate. Why not? Usually, people come uninvited. I'm sure this time will be the same. Helplessly, Yi Qin had no choice but to accept the invitation. Outside a dazzling and magnificent restaurant, Lin Yu said, "Let's go in. The party will be held in the yard behind the restaurant." Entering the restaurant, the two walked across the lobby and came to a large, luxurious yard behind the restaurant. The party would be held in the 3rd luxurious yard. "Please come in." Outside the yard, a waiter was waiting for them. Lin Yu nodded, then walked straight in with Yi Qin. This large, luxurious yard belonged to the restaurant and was used to entertain distinguished guests. Every yard occupied an extremely large area, and the interior of the yard was quite unique, with fake mountains, green waters, pavilions, terraces, and other buildings. Walking into the colorful garden, Yi Qin slightly narrowed his eyes. On the broad, flat ground, there were only around 10 young people, both male and female. Without any surprise, all of these people were clasping Yuan realm martial artists. 2 of them were even mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Strong Zhen qi vibrations were rippling like water. "Haha, Brother Lin Yu, you're here as well." The handsome young man who had been talking and laughing noticed Lin Yu, stood up and said with a smile, "Hee, it seems that I'm late." Lin Yu cupped his hands and said to Yi Qin in a low voice, "This is the host of this party. His name is Qi Xiaofeng, ranked 38th in the last hidden dragon ranking, and is now a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, very powerful." Hearing Lin Yu, Yi Qin glanced at him. Qi Xiaofeng's body was well-proportioned, and he had restrained his Jin Qi. His eyes didn't look as fierce as before. Instead, they were as gentle as a spring breeze. However, Yi Qin dared not to underestimate him. All the top 50 of the last hidden dragon ranking were early clasping Yuan realm martial artists. And now that 2 years had passed, it wouldn't be strange for him to become a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. "I was wondering who it was. It's Lin Yu. I haven't seen you for a long time. I guess you've improved a lot. But if you don't have any tricks up your sleeves, you might be eliminated in this hidden dragon ranking." The arrogant young man standing beside Qi Xiaofeng didn't stand up either. Instead, he threw a glance at Lin Yu and said. Lin Yu responded, "Just SOSO, how can I compare with you?" "Who's that kid standing beside you? I've never seen him before. Don't tell me you're treating this place like a tea party where anyone can come in." Lin Yu laughed and responded, "I brought him here, of course. He's qualified." "Oh, tell me." Qi Xiaofeng was a bit curious about Yi Qin as well. He believed that Lin Yu wouldn't bring an irrelevant person here. Lin Yu introduced Yi Qin to the crowd and said, "He's Yi Qin, the most powerful young martial artist in the 9 nations, including our Elephant Mountain country. Even Yuan Heng Ying had suffered a great loss in his hands. I guess he's still recovering." Yuan Heng Ying had suffered a great loss in his hands? The crowd all fixed their eyes on Yi Qin. Qi Xiaofeng grinned and said, "Yuan Heng Ying's power is not to be underestimated. Since you've defeated him, you're indeed qualified to join this party. Come this way, please." Facing the crowd's gazes, Yi Qin showed no change in his expression. He found a seat and sat down, after which beautiful maids came over to pour him some tea or wine. "I was wondering how powerful you are, but you've only defeated Yuan Heng Ying. To be honest, you really don't have any powerful martial artists in the 9 nations. Gao Yuan took a sip of the tea and said carelessly, sitting beside Yi Chen, Lin Yu said, that guy named Gao Yuan, although he's quite arrogant, he's actually quite powerful. He was ranked 46th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking competition, and is now a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He's much more powerful than Mo, Wu Shiwei, and Yuan Hinging, and I heard that he's been through quite a lot of adventures and has mastered a powerful martial art. Lin Yu had brought Yi Chen here for some other reason. For example, he wanted to let the crowd know that there were still some powerful young martial artists in the 9 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Morong Qingqing is late. At this moment, a silvery voice came from outside the backyard. Soon, a young woman in a purple dress walked in. She was about 20 years old, had a slim and graceful body, and her face was covered with a thin veil. Although no one could see her real face, judging from her beautiful face, she must be a peerless beauty. A gentle breeze blew across, and a natural, orchid-like fragrance drifted over, which was even more intoxicating than the aroma of flowers in the backyard. Chapter 178. A peak-level, mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist? Yi Chen's pupils suddenly shrunk. This young girl, who was wearing a thin veil over her face, was a peak-level, mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Under Yi Chen's soul power, the Zhen Qi vibration released from her body was like a raging river, surging violently. Lin Yu paused for a second, then slowly turned his head around and said to Yi Chen in a low voice, Morong Qingqing, the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Black Dragon Empire. She was ranked 27th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. It said that she's as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Sky Flying Devil Martial School? Yi Chen thought to himself, what a coincidence. Back in the Wild Goose Falling River, he had met the Black Crow Taoist, an elder of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. And now, in the Three River City, he had met the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, Morong Qingqing. Lin Yu said, the Black Dragon Empire is not too far away from the Spirit-speaking nation, but very few people would show respect to Qi Xiaofeng. This time, why did Morong Qingqing come here? I don't understand. After all the top 30 Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists are very proud, and they wouldn't make friends with people who are ranked too low. The appearance of Morong Qingqing had changed the atmosphere in the garden. All the young men tidied their clothes and sat up straight, trying to show the best side of themselves to Morong Qingqing, while the few girls snorted coldly. They were quite unhappy. However, they had to admit that no matter if it was in terms of temperament or figure, they were all far inferior to Morong Qingqing. As for appearance, everyone knew that Morong Qingqing was one of the 2 most beautiful girls in the Black Dragon Empire, and even many princes of the Black Dragon Empire wanted to marry her. Qi Xiaofeng's eyes were burning with passion. He hurriedly walked up to Morong Qingqing, smiled and said, Miss Morong, you're here. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Just call me Morong. Morong Qingqing gave a sweet smile and responded, All right, Morong, sit here. Qi Xiaofeng gestured with his right hand. Following Qi Xiaofeng's words, Morong Qingqing sat down beside Qi Xiaofeng. She picked up the cup of tea that had just been served to her, took a sip, then glanced around with her pair of beautiful eyes. Seeing Yi Chen, who was sitting in the outer circle, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She didn't remember this name being in the Hidden Dragon ranking, so he must be a rising star. There was nothing special about this gathering. It was just a place for everyone to exchange feelings or some of their own experiences. Of course, as the young elites of their respective countries, their achievements in martial arts and cultivation were undoubtedly the main theme of this gathering, which would never change. Brother Zhang, I heard that your divine windbreak has already reached the 9th stage. I wonder how powerful it is. I don't think he is weak. The wind god break is the ultimate technique of my windriding sect. Its power is naturally not weak. Even brother, his Vajra protection art may not be able to block it. Oh, since that's the case, let's exchange a few moves. Let's see if your divine wind break or my Vajra protection art is stronger. As you wish. While they were chatting, some of them couldn't help but invite each other to a duel. Qi Xiaofeng was well prepared for this. He cleared a large space for the two of them, then smiled and said, "The hidden dragon rank competition has not started yet. You two can stop here, just in case you hurt our friendship." "Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'll be gentle as well." Both of them were ranked very close to each other in the hidden dragon ranking. Both of them had the intention to compete with each other. Therefore, both of them showed their sharpness in their tone. Neither of them would back down. Qi Xiaofeng let out a bitter smile and stepped back to stand beside Morong Qingqing. Boom! On the open area, the two who had invited each other to a duel had already launched a move. The sturdy young man's entire body was wrapped up by a layer of golden shield. The shield didn't look like a simple airflow. Instead, it looked like a layer of golden water ripples, thick and solid, perfectly protecting his body. On the other side, the skinny young man's long hair fluttered in the air while a cyan whirlwind condensed behind his back. The whirlwind was compressed into an oval shape with a dark cyan color in the center. As the skinny young man launched a punch, a cyan whirlwind immediately appeared on his arm, fiercely attacking towards his opponent. Lin Yu introduced the two to Yi Qin. The one who launched the Vajra protection art is Zhao Gang. He was ranked 65th in the last hidden dragon ranking. The one who launched the wind god break is Cheng Feng. He was ranked 60th in the last hidden dragon ranking. Although their ranks are different, their strengths are almost the same. I wonder who will be more powerful. Yi Qin said, "Probably Zhao Gang." "Why?" Lin Yu showed a confused look. Yi Qin grinned and said, "Although Cheng Feng's attacks are fierce like a thunderstorm, he won't be able to break Zhao Gang's Vajra protection art within a short period of time. While defending, Zhao Gang has already started to look for Cheng Feng's flaws. If I'm not wrong, once Cheng Feng's Zhen Qi stagnates, Zhao Gang will launch a full power counterattack." Hearing Yi Qin, Lin Yu turned his eyes to the fighting area, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. The fight between the two of them was way too fast. It was hard for other martial artists at the same level to analyze it. Even if they could analyze it, they wouldn't be able to do what Yi Qin had done and tell the whole story. Gao Yuan, who was standing not far away, laughed at Lin Yu and said, "Shameless boasting." Lin Yu didn't take Yi Qin's words seriously, but of course, he would defend his own friend. He said, "We're just talking about ourselves. What does it have to do with you?" Everyone here is more powerful than you two. Brother Qi invited you here to give you a chance to see the world, to let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't think that just because you're able to attend this gathering, you're powerful enough to compete with us." Yi Qin didn't get angry at all. He said blandly, "In terms of power, you're only average among all of us. You're not qualified to teach us a lesson." A cold beam of light flashed across Gao Yuan's eyes. "Among you 9 nations, the most powerful one is only ranked 54th in the hidden dragon ranking. If you think that you can beat them, you'll be able to dominate the younger generation. What a joke! Don't overestimate yourself." The few people standing around had always looked down on the other 9 nations, including the Wind Nation and the Elephant Mountain Nation. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, they all showed scornful looks. Where did this kid come from? Does he really think he's a big shot? In all the previous hidden dragon ranking competitions, the 9 nations have always been at the bottom. Last time, Mo Wushue showed up arrogantly, but he was still beaten by us. This time, another arrogant guy showed up. Lin Yu's face darkened. He said to Yi Qin in a low voice, "Yi Qin, can Zhao Gang really win?" "That's about right." Yi Qin didn't take the other's words to heart. He dared to say that Zhao Gang would win because of his soul power. The argument between the two of them had already caught Qi Xiaofeng and Morong Qingqing's attention. Qi Xiaofeng shook his head and said, This guy is too reckless. A strange look flashed across Morong Chingching's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Boom! The golden light and cyan light clashed against each other, bringing up dazzling fire sparks. Zhao Gang, your turtle shell is indeed hard to break, but I'd like to see how you're going to block this attack of mine. Chang Feng's body darted up into the air. He spread his arms and threw a heavy kick. A cyan whirlwind appeared on his right leg, spinning madly and condensing into a cone-shaped cyan whirlwind under his foot, swiftly piercing towards Zhao Gang. Seeing this, Gao Yuan sneered. He thought that Zhao Gang would never be able to block this attack. Most of the others also thought the same. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Clang! Zhao Gang's golden shield twisted and was about to shatter. Suddenly, Zhao Gang raised his left arm and slapped heavily on Cheng Feng's foot. Cheng Feng leaned his body, laughed, and said, "That was just a prelude. Great storm!" Swish! 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 All of a sudden, tens of silhouettes surrounded Zhao Gang and launched attacks at him. Those sharp streams of air slowly broke his golden shield. Cheng Feng, you're too reckless. You lose. Zhao Gang's body remained motionless. All of a sudden, a silhouette flashed across the air. His gold-like palm pierced through the layers of silhouettes and landed on Cheng Feng's protective Jin Qi. Bang! Cheng Feng thought that he had suppressed Zhao Gang, but he didn't expect that Zhao Gang was also looking for his flaws. At this moment, Cheng Feng had already used up all of his previous power and hadn't released any new power yet. Therefore, he couldn't help but move a little bit slower and didn't have enough time to dodge. In the next moment, his protective Jin Qi was shattered and he was sent flying backwards, blood gushing out of his mouth corners. Thanks for letting me win. Zhao Gang laughed and stepped back into the crowd. Many people didn't know how to react to this result, including Qi Xiaofeng. In their eyes, Cheng Feng's overall power should be slightly higher than Zhao Gang's. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen's power was exactly the same as what he had said. Shaking his head, Lin Yu felt great. He hurriedly turned his head to Gao Yuan and said sarcastically, "Ah, who said we were boasting just now? Brother Gao Yuan, isn't it?" "You." Gao Yuan's face darkened. Lin Yu stopped looking at Zhao Gang and murmured to himself, "Some people are so full of themselves, yet they still pretend to be so arrogant. Did this brat guess it? It must be he's only at the early clasping Yuan realm. But seeing them being so arrogant, I'm not happy at all. Who wants to go up and fight with them? Teach them a good lesson. No need. Brother Gao Yuan can't stand it anymore." While the crowd was talking, Gao Yuan took a step forward, pointed his finger at Lin Yu and Yi Chen, and said, "Bullshit! Which one of you dares to fight with me? Or you can come at me together. Otherwise, people will say that I, Gao Yuan, am bullying you." Before Yi Chen said anything, Lin Yu walked up and said, "Come at me together? You really think too highly of yourself. I'll fight with you first." Yi Chen didn't move. Before the fight started, he couldn't tell how powerful the two of them were. "Lin, you might be able to win." Gao Yuan sneered and said, "If I can't beat you within 10 moves, I'll give up." "I'd like to see how you're going to beat me within 10 moves. After the trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, Lin Yu had realized that he was still not powerful enough. Therefore, he had been practicing his martial arts in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this gathering and humiliated himself. On the open area, the two of them stood 20 meters away from each other. "Pup! Lin Yu, now I'll let you know the real gap between us." Gao Yuan took a deep breath and released a bright blue light from his body. Within the blue light, electric bolts were sparkling and jumping. Being licked by the electric bolts, the flat flagstone was instantly scorched black and cracked. Thunder Zhenqi. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Chapter 179. Among all kinds of Jinqi, without a doubt the Thunder Jinqi and the Fire Jinqi were relatively more powerful. The Earth Jinqi and the Gold Jinqi focused on defense, and the water Zhenqi was the most powerful one. As for the other rare kinds of Zhenqi, some were strong, some were weak. For example, the ice Zhenqi was one of the most powerful ones. But of course, nothing was absolute. Zhenqi, with different attributes, was only one of the factors in a martial artist's fighting power. It couldn't control the overall situation. What truly mattered was the martial artist's own abilities. "Lin Yu, take this." Lightning bolts flashed across the air. The distance of 20 meters was completely ignored by Gao Yuan. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Yu and threw a punch that was wrapped in dazzling lightning bolts. What a fast speed! Lin Yu was slightly shocked. Cyan-yellow earth waves burst out from his body and spread out, neutralizing Gao Yuan's fist power. Pop! Pop! Countless tiny lightning bolts burst out, swimming in the air. "Do you think you can hold on for 10 moves just by defending?" Gao Yuan sneered while his left fist, which was wrapped in even fiercer lightning bolts, smashed on the cyan-yellow earth waves. Because of the high speed, a shrill sonic boom was generated. At this moment, Gao Yuan's attack speed had reached the speed of sound. Standing beside Morong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng said, "Lin Yu is in danger." Gao Yuan, supported by the Thunder Zhenqi, is not only powerful but also fast. Indeed, but I don't think Lin Yu will be defeated so easily. Morong Qingqing said. The cyan-yellow earth waves were penetrated layer by layer. Lin Yu finally launched his counterattack. "Want to defeat me? 10 moves are far from enough. Back off." Lin Yu didn't back off. Instead, he moved forward and threw a punch. The fierce fist power instantly transformed into a 3 feet tall Zhenqi cauldron, clashing against Gao Yuan's fist. Boom! 2 different kinds of fist power clashed against each other. The impact force generated by the collision immediately cut off a thick layer of the ground. The aftershock even collapsed the walls of the courtyard, which were quite far away. Thunder light rush. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's silhouettes clashed against each other, then immediately separated. After all, Gao Yuan's cultivation was higher than Lin Yu's. His feet left deep marks on the ground, and soon he stopped his body from retreating. Next, his hands released a water tank-thick lightning bolt towards Lin Yu. Crack! The lightning bolt was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and only when it reached 3 steps away from Lin Yu did the ground crack and an arc-shaped scorched mark appeared on the ground. Conquering the world, Gao Yuan's power was way beyond Lin Yu's expectation. At this moment, Lin Yu had already forgotten about everything else. He started circulating his Zhenqi at an extremely high speed, slightly spread his feet and crossed his arms. His strong cyan-yellow Zhenqi transformed into a 2-man tall Zhenqi cauldron, shielding Lin Yu against the lightning bolts. Clang! Dazzling lightning and the sound of metal rubbing against each other erupted at the same time. Shock waves mixed with electric arcs and sound waves raged wildly, sweeping toward the surrounding people. At this moment, it was not hard to tell who was more powerful. The weaker ones had no choice but to set up a thick layer of Zhenqi shield in front of their bodies to counteract the impact of the shock waves, while the more powerful ones either broke the shock waves with a single punch or activated their protective Zhenqi. The most powerful ones were Qi Xiaofeng, Morong Qingqing, and another mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Qi Xiaofeng's palm was as sharp as a blade, and as he swung it across the air, no matter how powerful the shock wave was, it was cut into 2 like a piece of paper and disappeared in the air. The other mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, whose name was unknown, straightened his palm and shielded himself. Once the shock wave touched his palm, it was like a bean that had been smashed by a huge millstone and was instantly crushed. As for Morong Qingqing, who was the most powerful one among the crowd, she smiled, curled her long and slim finger, and flicked slightly. Pop! The shock wave spread in the opposite direction, as if this slight movement of her finger had changed the direction of the shock wave. Impressive! Although Yi Qin was looking at the others, he didn't slow down at all. He raised his right index and middle finger and swung across the air, easily cutting the shockwave apart. On the ground, streams of blood oozed out from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, and his clothes were slightly scorched. Gao Yuan laughed out loud and said, "It seems that I've overestimated you. You've been boasting about how powerful you are, but you can only take 3 of my moves. The winner hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to be happy. Take this." Lin Yu cast an unknown martial art, and a cyan yellow stream of Jin Qi swooshed up from his body, seeming to be even stronger than before. After that, he let out a great roar, spread his arms, and launched an attack towards Gao Yuan. Rumble! A 10-meter tall, 20-meter wide, gigantic Zhen Qi cauldron descended from the sky and pressed down. Trying to suppress me? Gao Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His body suddenly became heavy, and all of his Zhen Qi had been compressed into his body, disabling him from moving. In the next moment, the ground under his feet couldn't bear the pressure of the cauldron anymore, and suddenly caved in for a meter. The inside of the ground was exactly the same as the outside of the cauldron. Roar! Gao Yuan let out a ferocious roar, along with which dazzling lightning bolts burst out from his body once again. A vivid and lifelike lightning fist swooshed up into the sky and heavily punched on the Zhen Qi cauldron. The Zhen Qi cauldron was indeed huge, but apparently it wasn't big enough to look like a real Zhen Qi cauldron. Being struck by the lightning fist, the cauldron instantly exploded. Puff! Lin Yu let out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. "You've pushed me to this extent. You're not bad. Now it's time for you to lose." Standing in the crater, Gao Yuan threw a punch towards Lin Yu from a distance. Along with a terrifyingly great power, his lightning fist roared towards Lin Yu. This punch, Lin Yu can't take it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's body transformed into a shred of afterimage and darted in front of Lin Yu. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and hacked on the lightning fist. Lightning bolts burst out, and Gao Yuan grinned viciously. This punch of his was powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, and even a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist wouldn't be able to take it. Puff! The lightning fist split in the middle, and Yi Chen was perfectly unharmed. He blocked it? Impossible. Gao Yuan's expression froze. He couldn't believe his own eyes. All the people who were watching the fight were also shocked. Gao Yuan's lightning fist was split in half. Is this real? I guess Gao Yuan didn't use all of his power. After all, this punch was launched towards Lin Yu. He must have held back 20 to 30% of his power. Turning around, Yi Chen said to Lin Yu, "I'll take care of this." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yu said in a serious tone, "You be careful. He's much more powerful than he was 2 years ago. He can almost rival a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist now." "I know what I'm doing." Waiting until Lin Yu stepped back into the crowd, Yi Chen fixed his eyes on Gao Yuan again. Gao Yuan leapt out of the crater, grinned, and said, "Not bad. You've managed to block 80% of my punch. You should be proud of yourself." "So what if you've used all of your power? Just do it. I hope you can still be so stubborn later." Gao Yuan gave a long and resonant shout, along with which the lightning bolts around his body suddenly burst out, even more powerful than when he was fighting against Lin Yu. Obviously, he hadn't used all of his power before. Lin Yu wasn't worthy of him using all of his power at all. Just now, if Yi Chen hadn't cut that lightning fist open with a single sword move, he would have held back some of his power. But now, he didn't have to hold back anymore. He was going to knock Yi Chen down with a single punch and make him suffer even worse than Lin Yu. Gao Yuan took a step forward, and the ground cracked under his feet. His right arm was wrapped in lightning bolts, which made it look like a lightning arm, as it swung towards Yi Chen along with an incomparably fierce aura. One thunder, two flashes. Crack! The huge lightning fist suddenly exploded in the air and split into two smaller lightning fists, attacking towards Yi Chen from the left and the right, as fast as lightning. Not enough. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. His body also split into two, instantly cutting the two lightning fists open. Shadow splitting? Just a small trick. Gao Yuan was a bit disappointed that he couldn't beat Yi Chen with one punch, but he soon forgot about it. He took a deep breath, and the lightning bolts around his body converged onto his skin, condensing into a blurry lightning armor. The lightning armor looked quite intimidating, which made him look like an ancient warrior, incomparably powerful. Gao Yuan has even condensed a lightning armor. It is said that once the lightning armor is condensed, the power of the thunder and lightning godly fist would be increased by 50%. Qi Xiaofeng was a bit surprised. Murong Qingqing said, "Since the last hidden dragon rank competition, everyone's power has increased by leaps and bounds. I think this year's hidden dragon rank competition will be even more intense." Of course, this year's hidden dragon rank competition is the most exciting occasion for the young generation of the South Shore region. It will be extremely hard to get a good ranking. While the two were talking, Gao Yuan yelled out coldly, "Thunder strike!" Before the punch was fully launched, the ground around Gao Yuan's body had already cracked and collapsed, as if an invisible power was tearing them apart. After that, countless broken bricks floated up into the air, and endless lightning bolts sparkled in the air, filling up the entire space. In the next moment, a meteor-like lightning bolt darted out, leaving a tens of meters long fiery tail behind. The fiery tail was coiled with snake-like lightning bolts, letting out a series of crackling noises. But it was not over yet. Countless broken bricks and lightning bolts also darted out, seeming to carry the entire space towards Yi Chen. This punch is powerful enough to rival a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Gao Yuan has won. It's good for them to learn a lesson. Let them know that the outside world is huge, not something that their 9 nations can compete with. Although this punch hadn't reached its target yet, everyone was sure that Gao Yuan would win. Still not enough. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. His clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He gripped the dragon's spring, sword with both of his hands, and swung it out. Although it seemed to be slow, it was actually fast and heavy. When he swung the dragon's spring sword, everyone had a vague feeling that there was an invisible power surging in the air, which made everything in the surroundings quiet down. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a needle dropping, the sound of grass being blown by the wind, the sound of leaves rustling, and even the sound of one's own blood flowing. Puff! The broken bricks and lightning bolts were the first to be shattered. Under the power of this sword move, the invisible power had been activated, shattering everything in the air. Soon, an even more dazzling lightning bolt flashed across. It was a stream of sword light that was as clear as a clear spring. It had easily hacked onto the meteor-like lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was as fast as lightning and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, facing the stream of sword light, it was directly cut into two. It was hacked into two again. Someone murmured, "Chapter 180. How is this possible? I have already trained my thunder and lightning godly fist art to the thunder armor level. The power of my fist has been increased by 50%. Even a late clasping Yuan realm warrior might not be able to take it head on. How did he manage to break it with only one sword attack? Was that sword intent?" Thinking of the word sword intent, Gao Yuan was shocked. He looked at Yi Chen, who was covered in electric arcs, in disbelief. Yi Chen's body, which was not that tall, had been enlarged infinitely. An invisible sharp qi had torn the air apart and shattered the void. Swoosh! Among the bright electric arcs, Yi Chen walked out. His blue robe was clean and tidy, without a single speck of dust on it. Before those electric snakes could even get within 3 feet of him, they would be shattered by his protective Jin Qi, which contained a sharp qi and couldn't hurt him at all. "I have taken 3 punches from you. Now, it is time for you to take 1 sword attack from me." A sharp light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Two beams of sword chi shot out from nowhere, landing on Gao Yuan's body. In the next second, Gao Yuan sensed it immediately. His hair stood up and his scalp was numb. Isn't it just one sword attack? I would like to see how you are going to break my defense with one sword attack. Gao Yuan was very scared of Yi Chen's sword intent. Although he had not experienced the power of the sword intent in the last Hidden Dragon Rank competition, he could still remember the power of the sword intent. However, it was not a competition right now, so he had enough time to set up his defense. 3 layers of thunder and lightning. Lowering his body, Gao Yuan shouted with a low voice. He put his hands together and separated them. After doing this 3 times, 3 layers of blue thunder and lightning defense screens appeared in front of him, lined up neatly and stacked on top of each other. Looking from inside, the outside world suddenly became blurry. I did not expect that Gao Yuan would be forced to use all of his defenses. Once a sword artist has mastered the sword intent, his attacking power would double. Among the warriors at the same level, only a few would be able to compete with him. No wonder he did not take Gao Yuan seriously. But it should be impossible for him to break 3 layers of defense with one sword attack. Seeing that Yi Chen had mastered the sword intent, most of the people's faces turned serious. Reaching out her hand, Morong Qingqing smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind and said with interest, "Entry level of sword intent. I don't think there are many people in the whole South Shore region who have reached this level, right?" Qi Xiaofeng paused for a second, then nodded and said, "In the last Hidden Dragon Rank competition, there were 13 people who had mastered the sword intent, and 2 of them had reached the entry level of the sword intent. However, only 8 of them managed to make it to the top of the ranking list, as the other 5 were too weak and still immature in using the sword intent. This time, I'm afraid that they will make a comeback. There are over 100 billion people in the South Rudra region, but only 13 people under the age of 24 managed to comprehend the sword intent. I never thought that one of the 9 nations, where Lin Yu is from, would be able to comprehend the entry-level sword intent. He is indeed not to be underestimated. Indeed, sword artists who have comprehended sword intent are extremely terrifying. They are able to maintain their battle power at its peak at all times. Any factor that is disadvantageous to the battle will be destroyed by the sword intent." Qi Xiaofeng took a deep breath and stared at Yi Chen with a pair of shining eyes. "You have to catch it." Once Gao Yuan was ready, Yi Chen took a step forward and swung the dragon's spring sword horizontally from left to right, without even the slightest trace of power. Along with the sword move, the air rippled like water and was sliced open. Pop! 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 The 3 layers of thunder and lightning defensive screens only managed to block Ji Hao's attack for a split second, after which the screen was penetrated by the sword chi. Gao Yuan, who was under the protection of the 3 layers of thunder and lightning, let out a mouthful of blood, and his thunder and lightning armor instantly shattered. Is this the power of the sword intent? Defense is nothing to him. Gao Yuan let out another mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. The back garden was deathly silent, and only the rustling of flowers and grasses could be heard from time to time. After quite a while, people started talking to each other. With only one sword move, Gao Yuan lost. This guy is incredibly powerful. If he could be a little bit more powerful, he would be another one of the most powerful warriors in the Hidden Dragon Rank competition. Standing in the crowd, Lin Yu was silently admiring Ji Hao. He thought to himself, how long has it been? He has made such a great progress again. Thank you for letting me win. Cupping his hands, Yi Chen stepped back to Lin Yu's side. Yi Chen, Yi Chen said, initial success of the sword intent. Before, his sword intent had been infinitely close to the initial success. When he passed through the natural moat gorge, the remaining sword intent of the Battle King had not only shattered his sword intent, but had also brought him a slight bit of enlightenment. added with a slight bit of enlightenment. He had finally broken through the shackles and reached the initial success of the sword intent. The initial success of the sword intent and the sword intent that was approaching the initial success seemed to be only one step away from the initial success. But the difference between the two was like the difference between a normal person and a disabled person. Just as I thought. Lin Yu nodded and sighed silently. Gao Yuan was defeated and didn't dare to provoke Yi Qin again. The others were slightly surprised, but then stopped talking about this. To them, winning or losing was way too normal. The younger generation had never been willing to submit to each other. But if one of them lost, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was to go back and practice hard, and try to defeat their opponent in the future to wash away the shame they had suffered today. Under such a fierce competition, they had been making amazing progress because they had to surpass their opponents over and over again. That kind of pressure was enough to stimulate their potentials bit by bit. Every time the younger generation reached their peak, the true spirit continent would become prosperous and powerful warriors would emerge in great numbers. Murong, I didn't have the chance to fight against you in the last hidden dragon rank competition. But this time, how about we have a short fight? Except for Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing. Another mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fight against Murong Qingqing to see how powerful he was. Murong Qingqing smiled and responded, "Please." The air was as thick as water. Murong Qingqing's silhouette silently appeared in the middle of the field. At that moment, many people seemed to have stopped thinking. Force field. A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Lin Yu said in a low voice, "Murong Qingqing has been cultivating one of the two most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Devil Great Art is a top-rank Earth realm martial art, divided into 15 levels. Once you reach the 6th level, you will be able to generate a Sky Devil force field, which allows you to control the air in the force field and increase your speed to the limit. Moreover, the Sky Devil force field will cancel out a part of the enemy's attack, or even all of it. Many people believe that she is as powerful as the top 10 of the hidden dragon rank. However, the one who challenged Murong Qingqing is not an ordinary person either. His name is Wei Renjia. He has already attained the blade intent 2 years ago, and is ranked 37th, even higher than Qi Xiaofeng. I wonder what level he has reached now. I've made the right decision to come here. I can actually watch a fight of such a high level." Finished speaking, Lin Yu felt his blood boiling. Top rank Earth realm martial art, Sky Devil Great Art, blade intent. Yi Qin slowly let out a long breath. The rank 6 Sky Flying Devil Martial School was indeed powerful. They even had a top-rank Earth realm martial art, which was not something a rank 7 martial institution could compare with. In this case, there was a reason why rank 7 and above martial institutions were called super martial institutions, because their comprehensive power was way too powerful. As for that young man named Wei Renjia, no wonder he wasn't affected by Murong Qingqing's aura. It turned out that he had attained the blade intent. Those who had attained the blade intent and the sword intent had a strong will, and wouldn't be easily affected by anything. But, of course, once they were affected, the consequences would be extremely severe. In the best-case scenario, their blade intent and sword intent would be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, they would never be able to achieve anything in their entire lives. If your Sky Devil Great Art was still at the 6th level, you would probably be defeated by me, Wei Renjia. The young man named Wei Renjia laughed and walked towards the open area step by step. With every step he took, the blade intent released from his body would grow stronger. By the 7th step, the blade intent had swooshed up into the sky, slicing the surrounding air into pieces. "Brother Wei, you seem to be quite confident." Murong Qingqing stood in the middle of the open area. The air around her was deathly still, without a single ripple. She wasn't affected by the blade intent at all. If I don't have confidence, I will naturally lose some momentum. How can I, Wei Renjie, not have confidence in myself. Chin. Wei Renjie drew his blade out of the scabbard and attacked first. The sharp blade Qi, driven by the blade intent, was like a peerless dragon, slashing towards Morong Qingqing, who was not far away. Before the blade Qi even reached her, the ground 3 meters around Morong Qingqing instantly caved in, and the area within 3 meters was where her force field was located. Break! Morong Qingqing took a step forward, her slender palm slapping onto the blade Qi. Buzz! The air twisted rapidly. That slender palm looked weak and powerless, but it contained an extremely terrifying force field, twisting the trajectory of the blade Qi. The blade Qi was twisted, and its power was instantly reduced by 30%. It was shattered by Morong Qingqing's palm, disappearing into thin air. Stormy waves! Wei Renjie yelled, holding his blade with both hands and slashing down. Boom! The sound of crashing water was heard as an extremely thick, bright blade Qi broke through the water. It carried an extremely powerful poetic perspective as it sliced out violently, devouring everything in front of it. Yi Chen was secretly shocked by its power. Ranked 37th in the Hidden Dragon rank, he was indeed not a normal warrior. Sky Demon Power Field. Morong Qingqing looked slightly more serious as she pushed both of her hands forward, creating an even more horrifying force field in front of her. She was trying to twist the tide and the blade Qi into pieces, turning them all into ashes. Crack! The first thing to be destroyed was the luxurious building behind Morong Qingqing. The building was split in the middle, creating a huge crack. Then, Wei Renjie's blade Qi had also been shattered. When the blade Qi was about 5 meters away from Morong Qingqing, it had been twisted to its limit by the horrifying Sky Demon Power Field and shattered. The 7th level of the Sky Demon Great Art. Wei Renjie stared at Morong Qingqing, but did not launch another attack. Being able to break half of my Sky Demon Power Field, your blade intent must have reached the entry level, right? Morong Qingqing smiled lightly and asked back. Putting his long blade back into the scabbard, Wei Renjie shook his head. I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art is a top rank Earth realm martial art, which is extremely hard to train. Once it reaches the 7th level, its power will increase exponentially. With my current power, I still cannot break your 7th gravity field, so it is not a shame that I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art was indeed powerful, but it was not without its flaws, which was its slow training speed. Morong Qingqing had already reached the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but his Sky Demon Great Art was only at the 7th level. It would take a long time for him to reach the 8th level. On the other hand, Yi Chen's Great Mystery Art was not as powerful as the Sky Demon Great Art, but his training speed was many times faster. Once he reached the 9th or 10th level, his Great Mystery Art should not be any weaker than his Sky Demon Great Art's 7th level. Fortunately, his training speed had always been fast, so it should not be too far away. Yi Chen had seen all of this and was calculating in his mind.